Chapter 829. The light of reincarnation was extremely harmful to souls. Just one attack had caused the 7-star Death Spirit King to suffer. And this was because Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was not high enough. If she could raise her cultivation by 2 more levels, the light of reincarnation would be even more terrifying. One light of reincarnation would be enough to instantly kill the 7-star Death Spirit King. After being attacked by Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation, the 7-star Death Spirit King naturally fled in the opposite direction, which happened to be where the Dayuan dynasty martial artists were. Seeing the 7-star Death Spirit King flee, the Dark Star sect martial artists were overjoyed and cheered. On the other hand, the Dayuan dynasty martial artists were shocked. When they saw the 7-star Death Spirit King charging towards them, their faces were filled with fear. The 7-star Death Spirit King charged straight towards a 1-star king. Don't come over. The 1-star king's expression instantly turned into fear. The 7-star Death Spirit King was charging towards him, obviously wanting to possess his body. The 1-star king quickly retreated and waved his dark weapon sword at the 7-star Death Spirit King. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the 7-star Death Spirit King's spiritual body. The 7-star Death Spirit King's speed was much faster than his and instantly charged into his mind. When the kings beside him saw the 7-star Death Spirit King charging over, they all ran to the side in fear. No one dared to stop him. After all, the 7-star Death Spirit King could possess anyone's body at this moment, so no one dared to provoke him. King Wugu, don't touch the disciples of the Meng family. In the distance, Meng Tai roared. He had used the dynasty's draconic luck to protect himself, so the Black Tiger King could not stop him. King Wugu was the real name of the 7-star Death Spirit King. The Dark Star sect had already spread the news that Zhuo Yupeng had been possessed by the Death Spirit King. This was not a secret. Meng Tai had worked together with Zhuo Yupeng, so he naturally knew that Zhuo Yupeng was the World of Death's King Wugu. The two of them had an agreement. King Wugu would lead the men of the Great Yuan dynasty to the Dark Star Island and destroy the Dark Star sect. As for the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, they would all belong to King Wugu so that he could devour their flesh and blood to strengthen his cultivation. Of course, King Dark Crow didn't tell Meng Tai that he was a 7-star Death Spirit King. Instead, he lied to Meng Tai that he was only a 3-star Death Spirit King. Otherwise, Meng Tai wouldn't have agreed to let King Dark Star Church's martial artists devour. In the past 2 years, in order to quickly recover his cultivation, King Wugu had slaughtered countless warriors in the Star Continent. He had even destroyed a few 2-star empires. Meng Tai knew about this, but he had only made an agreement with King Wugu that he was not allowed to harm the warriors of the factions directly under the Great Yuan dynasty, especially the warriors of the Meng royal family. And now, the 1-star king that King Wugu had possessed was a member of the Meng royal family. Furthermore, he was a genius king of the Meng royal clan, and Meng Tai's nephew. His name was Meng Yuanlai. Although Meng Yuanlia's talent wasn't as good as Meng Yuansheng's, he wasn't much inferior. Meng Tai's genius son had died at the hands of Yi Xing, so he had been grooming Meng Yuanlai as his future successor. Meng Yuanlai was already at the peak of the first-level Star Sea realm and wasn't far from breaking through to the 2-star Monarch realm. Naturally, he was valued by Meng Tai. Meng Tai hadn't expected that King Wugu would possess Meng Yuanlai. Zhuo Yupeng's talent was even higher than Meng Yuansheng's, so King Wugu was rather satisfied. He had joined forces with Meng Tai to destroy the Dark Star Church for the flesh and blood of the Dark Star Church's martial artists. However, King Wugu's physical body had been destroyed, and even his soul had suffered great damage. How could he still care about his agreement with Meng Tai? Originally, King Wugu had wanted to possess Wei Qingxian, but he had been scared out of his wits by the light of samsara. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find a random warrior of the Great Yuan dynasty to possess. Naturally, he had taken a fancy to Meng Yuanlai. Even though King Wugu's soul had suffered great damage, his willpower wasn't something a 1-star monarch realm could compare to. King Wugu rushed into Meng Yuanlia's body, and Meng Yuanlai struggled violently. In just a few seconds, his eyes were already glowing red. Meng Yuanlai had already been possessed and no longer existed. There was only King Wugu left. Whoosh! Black gas gushed out of King Wugu's body and he executed an extremely fast escape technique. Like a black light, he instantly streaked across the sky and escaped far away. Meng Tai looked at King Wugu, who had escaped far away, and shouted angrily, "King Wugu, I'm going to kill you." Ha ha ha. Meng Tai, you'd better save your own life first. King Wugu's voice came from afar. His voice went from loud to soft, which showed how fast he was. Meng Tai, where are you going? King He Biao shouted as he chased after Meng Tai. He executed the 9 moves of the Black Dragon, and 2 black dragons instantly charged at Meng Tai. Although Meng Tai was furious, his heart could not help but tremble when he heard King Wugu's words. King Wugu's strength was stronger than Meng Tai's. Even so, King Wugu's physical body was destroyed, and his soul was damaged. He had to escape in a sorry state. King He Biao was already difficult enough for Meng Tai. Now, there was Wei Qingxian and an expert who was secretly attacking him. Meng Tai's heart was drenched in cold sweat when he thought about it. Everyone, get on the ship and retreat. Meng Tai used the dynasty's dragon luck to block King He Biao's attack as he shouted. Although Meng Tai could not use the dynasty's dragon luck to attack, his defense was already very strong. Any attack below the level of a 5-star king would not be able to shake the defense of the dragon luck at all. King He Biao's 9 moves of the Black Dragon naturally could not shake it. Seeing Meng Tai give the order to retreat, the Dayuan dynasty martial artists heaved a sigh of relief and flew toward the high-grade Mystic-class ship. At this moment, the Dark Star sect would not let go of the opportunity to beat up the Dayuan dynasty. All the kings and sovereigns flew into the sky and attacked the ship. Wei Qingxian rushed to the front and struck out with her palm. It was a palm formed by white mist and cold air. Wherever it passed, the void froze. The cold air palm landed on the azure dragon formed by the dynasty's dragon luck, causing the azure dragon to tremble slightly. Half of its body was covered in a layer of white frost. Although the azure dragon trembled and shattered the frost in an instant and was not injured, it could be seen that Wei Qingxian already had the strength to shake the dynasty's dragon luck. If she used the light of reincarnation, she could even penetrate the dynasty's dragon luck protection. Unfortunately, Wei Qingxian had already used the light of reincarnation 3 times. Before the power of the divine eye of reincarnation recovered, she would not be able to use it again. The dynasty's dragon luck surrounded the ship and blocked the attacks from all directions. Soon, all the Dayuan dynasty martial artists boarded the ship. Meng Tai controlled the ship and turned it into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Soon, it disappeared from sight. A small area of the Dark Star Island was in a mess. The formations and restrictions outside the island were all destroyed. However, there were no casualties among the Dark Star sect martial artists. Seeing the Dayuan dynasty fleeing in a sorry state, the Dark Star Island immediately erupted with cheers. As for Wei Qingxian, she continued to use the divine eye of reincarnation to search the surroundings. She had a strong premonition that Yi Xing must have returned. Chapter 830. Wei Qingshuan's search range expanded from 1,000 miles to 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. However, Wei Qingxian did not discover Yi Xing's figure from beginning to end. As Wei Qingshuan's search range expanded, the expectation on her face gradually disappeared, and she became more and more disappointed. She began to wonder if her premonition was wrong. In the Blue Cloud Mountains, Yi Xing used his god eyes to search for the King of Death Spirit and found that the King of Death Spirit was heading north. When Yi Xing's gaze returned to the Dark Star Island, Meng Tai had already escaped with the warriors of the Dayuan dynasty. Yi Xing saw Wei Qingxian using her eye technique to search the surroundings. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Seeing Wei Qingshuan's actions, Yi Xing reacted. Wei Qingxian had probably guessed that he was the one who shot the arrows and was looking for him. Yi Xing controlled his god eyes and locked onto Wei Qingshuan's eyes. Wei Qingxian immediately sensed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. Her senses were the most sensitive when it came to eye contact. Yi Xing. Is that you? Wei Qingxian was delighted. She looked in the direction of the gaze and asked softly. Not long after, Wei Qingxian sensed that the gaze that was watching her had left. Yi Xing could not give Wei Qingxian an answer. He looked away and soon found the king of death spirit. Meng Tai was the supreme king of the Daiyuan dynasty. He could run away, but his temple could not. After being defeated in the Dark Star Island, he would definitely return to the capital of the Daiyuan dynasty. Yi Xing naturally did not care about Meng Tai's whereabouts. The king of death spirit was a threat to the safety of the entire star continent. Yi Xing did not know where his nest was, so he naturally had to follow him. Otherwise, if the Lord of Death Spirit had hidden himself, Yi Xing would not have been able to find him even with his void-breaking god eyes. After all, the star continent was too vast. The Death Spirit King first headed north and then turned west. The Dark Star Island was very close to the East Divine Continent. The Death Spirit King arrived at a middle-rank empire in the East Divine Continent and used the teleportation array to reach the Divine Continent Mountain. Then, he used the Class 5 teleportation array to reach the extreme north of the North Tranquil Continent. Yi Xing saw the scale of the array that King of Death's soul had adjusted, so he naturally knew where he was teleported to. Finally, King of Death's soul went all the way north to the edge of the Sea of Dark Prison and entered a mountain by the sea. Inside the mountain, there was an ancient tomb. The Death Spirit King had sealed the entrance and was sleeping in a coffin. The Death Spirit King's soul had been attacked by the reincarnation light, and he was severely injured. Apparently, he needed to rest and recover. It seemed that he would stay in the ancient tomb for a while. Seeing that the Death Spirit King was not moving, Yi Xing retracted his gaze and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. In case something went wrong and this scourge escaped from his surveillance, Yi Xing decided to set off for the North Tranquil Continent and kill the Death Spirit King. After all, Yi Xing needed to use his void-breaking god eyes, and he could not keep it up all the time. Even if Yi Xing could use it all the time, he couldn't watch the King of Death in spirit all the time. If the King of Death in spirit left the ancient tomb without being monitored, it would be very difficult to find him again. Yi Xing raised his left hand, and the blue cloud wings appeared in his palm. Then, he raised his right hand, and the star fire seed appeared. In the Heavenly Bao Hall, Yi Xing had obtained 20 treasures from the stone cabinets. After handing over 10 of them to the Dark Star Temple, he still had 10 treasures from the stone cabinets. Among them, there were materials to upgrade the blue cloud wings. However, because the power of the star fire seed was not enough, it could not be integrated into the blue cloud wings. While moving in the space crack, Yi Xing's star fire seed had absorbed enough flame energy, and its grade had a qualitative breakthrough. It was more than enough to refine these materials. Among the treasures obtained in the Heavenly Bao Hall, the worst was the black level top grade. Yi Xing took out a large piece of black level top grade black gold and spent 4 hours refining it into the blue cloud wings. After absorbing the black level top grade black gold, the blue cloud wings evolved and upgraded to the black level top grade. Yi Xing kept the blue cloud wings and used his void-breaking god eyes to look at the location of the Death Spirit King. The Death Spirit King was still sleeping in the coffin. Retracting his gaze, the blue cloud wings appeared on his back and turned into a pair of huge wings. Whoosh! Yi Xing soared into the sky and traveled more than 100 miles in the blink of an eye. With the black level top grade blue cloud wings, Yi Xing's flying speed was comparable to the Arrow Essence body shuttling through the void. In just half a day, Yi Xing flew more than 1,000,000 miles and came to the capital of the Qingyu Empire. On the way, Yi Xing passed by the barbaric mountains and looked at the falling star sect from afar. In the past 2 years, the star continent had not been peaceful, but the barbaric mountains were uninhabited, so the disturbance did not spread here. Yi Xing had moved the falling star sect here, which was obviously a wise move. As business was more important, Yi Xing did not enter the falling star sect. Instead, he went to the nearest middle-grade empire, the Tianlang Empire, through the transmission formation in the capital of the Qingyu Empire. After another half a day, Yixing arrived at the capital of the Tianlang Empire and went to the Divine Continent Mountain through the transmission formation. Then, through the transmission formation in the Divine Continent Mountain, he went to the extreme north of the North Mountain Continent. In the extreme north, Yixing was close to the place where the King of Death's soul was hiding. More than 2 hours later, he arrived outside the mountain where the King of Death's soul was hiding. Boom! The entrance of the ancient tomb that the King of Death's soul had sealed was blasted open by Yixing, and the whole mountain was shaking and collapsing. In the ancient tomb, the King of Death's soul jumped out of the coffin. Then, he broke through the soil and stones in front of him and rushed out like an arrow. Who is courting death? The King of Death's soul rushed out of the mountain and shouted. Just then, the King of Death's soul saw Yixing standing in the void, and his expression suddenly changed into surprise. Why are you here? The King of Death's soul looked as if he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, Didn't Meng Tai say that he would kill you? You are not dead. Yixing chuckled and said, Thanks to you, I am not dead. The King of Death's soul couldn't see through Yixing's cultivation base. However, 2 years ago, Yixing was only a 7-star reverend. In the King of Death's soul's eyes, the current Yixing was at most a 9-star reverend, and the body that he had possessed was a 1-star king. Therefore, he was naturally not afraid of Yixing. After the King of Death's soul recovered from his surprise, he chuckled and said, Meng Tai, that trash, can't even kill an astral-reaching reverend. What a good-for-nothing. But, it's fine. I can kill you myself. The King of Death's soul was quite resentful of Yixing. He originally wanted Yixing's body, but because of the black hole constellation, not only did he fail to possess Yixing's body, but his soul was also almost devoured by Yixing. Since he couldn't get this perfect body, he naturally had to destroy it. Yixing looked at the King of Death's spirit disdainfully and said, Meng Tai is indeed a good-for-nothing, but you're an idiot. You're even worse than Meng Tai. Apparently, you didn't learn a lesson from the arrow that destroyed your body yesterday. The King of Death's soul's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, How is this possible? You are the one who shot that arrow? Chapter 831. Yixing raised his hand, took out the red flame bow, and said, You don't believe me? Then I'll do it again. Using the dark wind fire arrow spell, a black flame arrow was formed in the blink of an eye and locked onto the King of Death's soul. Feeling a strong penetrating aura, the King of Death's spirit believed that the person who destroyed his body with an arrow yesterday was Yixing. However, the King of Death's soul was still shocked, and he said, Yesterday, the arrow suddenly shot out of the void without any warning. How did you do it? And since you were on Dark Star Island yesterday, why didn't you continue to attack me? Instead, you chased me all the way to the extreme north of the North Netherworld continent? The King of Death's soul was very confused and wanted to figure it out. As for Yixing's ability to destroy his body, he was not afraid. After all, he was not a human warrior, but a dead soul. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he could continue to possess other people's bodies. As a 7-star King of Death's soul, his soul was very powerful. On the Star Continent, except for Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation, he did not care about any other warrior's attack. Whoosh! The black flame arrow suddenly shot out of the bow toward the King of Death's soul. Although he did not use astrology, this arrow contained arrow intent, 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao, and the embryonic form of arrow Tao, which was enough to threaten a 5-star king. Meng Yuanlai, who was possessed by the King of Death's soul, was only a 1-star king. In front of Yixing's arrow, he could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the King of Death's soul's head, killing him instantly. As Yixing shot the arrow, he said, You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Why bother asking? You only need to know that I destroyed your body yesterday, and I'm here to kill you today. That's enough. The King of Death's soul experienced the pain of the death of his body again. Although he had only possessed this body for a day and the pain was not as great as the pain of Zhu Yupeng's death yesterday, the pain of death was not pleasant. The King of Death's soul rushed out of Meng Yuanlia's body and turned into a black skull, letting out a shrill howl. Yi Xing! The Lord of Death's spirit roared angrily, so what if you destroyed my body? What can you do to this king's soul? Since you destroyed one of my bodies, I'll take over another one. Let's see how many you can kill. Yi Xing looked at the soul of the King of Death's spirit with cold light in his eyes and said, "Who says I can't do anything to your soul? You've caused enough trouble in the Star Continent. Today is the day you die." Yi Xing's tone made the Lord of Death's spirit tremble. If someone had said that they could kill him yesterday, the King of Death's spirit would never have believed it and would have only snorted at it. However, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wei Qingxian yesterday, and he still had lingering fears. Now, Yi Xing's tone made him feel threatened and instinctively fearful. His rationality told him that he should run away immediately. Otherwise, he might really fall in this beautiful world of living beings. Whoosh! The King of Death's spirit immediately turned into a black light and rushed toward the Sea of Dark Prison. The Sea of Dark Prison was a forbidden area for human kings. The King of Death's spirit was just a soul, so he was not affected by the chaotic space of the Sea of Dark Prison. Therefore, as long as he escaped into the Sea of Dark Prison, he would be safe. "You can't escape!" Yi Xing shouted coldly, and the blue cloud wings appeared on his back instantly. Yi Xing had finished speaking in a flash. But as soon as he finished speaking, he had already flown more than 100 miles in the sky, blocking the King of Death's spirit and the Sea of Dark Prison. The King of Death's spirit was shocked. Yi Xing's cultivation had been exposed. He was only a one-star king, but he could move so fast. The King of Death's spirit wanted to change his direction, but he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the King of Death's spirit had rushed to Yi Xing. At this moment, the King of Death's spirit was only dozens of miles away from the Sea of Dark Prison. He only needed one breath's time to rush into the Sea of Dark Prison. Since he had already rushed to Yi Xing, and it was too late to change his direction, the King of Death's spirit made up his mind. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed and rushed over directly. Anyway, he was just a soul now. Even if Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian could injure him, it was impossible for them to kill him in one breath's time. Facing the King of Death's spirit, Yi Xing stretched out his hand, and the star fire seed instantly appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a fist. The color of the flame was extremely pale, which was very different from normal flames. However, the temperature it contained was not something normal flames could compare with. In a flash, Yi Xing's palm hit the King of Death's spirit, and the star fire seed and the King of Death's spirit's soul came into contact. Although the star fire seed was only the size of a fist, its power was too terrifying. It was the only power that Yi Xing had that could injure a high-level king. The King of Death's spirit's soul did not pass through Yi Xing's body. Instead, he instantly howled miserably. His empty soul was blocked by the star fire seed. Fire seed? You have a level 5 fire seed? The King of Death's spirit screamed after howling, and his voice was full of fear. After saying this, the King of Death's spirit began to howl miserably again. When the star fire seed touched the King of Death's spirit, the flame spread directly on his soul, and in the blink of an eye, the whole skull was engulfed. Ah! The King of Death's spirit screamed miserably. His mouth was open, and his whole body was twisting. It could be seen how painful he was at this moment. Yesterday, the King of Death's spirit was attacked by Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation. Although he also howled miserably, he was still able to control his body and escape immediately. But now, the King of Death's spirit could only howl miserably and struggle. The severe pain made him unable to control his body to move. This was a dying struggle. In just one breath, the flame burned from the outside to the inside of the skull. The eyes, nostrils, and mouth of the skull were all emitting pale flames. The King of Death's spirit screamed even more miserably. The degree of the skull's distortion became smaller and smaller, and the empty body gradually collapsed and was destroyed. He was on the verge of death. Before the King of Death's spirit died, he used the last of his strength to shout, "Yi Xing! What's the use of killing me? The space crack in the depths of the Sea of Dark prison is getting bigger and bigger. In a few years, it will expand to the extent that a level 5 King of Death's spirit can pass through. You can kill me now, but at that time, thousands of Kings of Death's spirit will come to the Star Continent. How many of them can you kill? At that time, there will be Kings of Death's spirit who are as powerful as me. They will not only be souls, but also real 7-star Kings of Death's spirit. Ha ha ha. All the humans on the Star Continent will die. Yi Xing, you are no exception. You will be sucked dry by the King of Death's spirit, and you will die without a whole body. Ha ha ha, you will die without a whole body. Chapter 832. At the moment of death, the King of Death in soul went completely crazy. He no longer screamed, but laughed and shouted crazily. He didn't calm down until he was burned to ashes by the Starfire Seed. There was nothing in front of him. Even his soul had been burned to ashes. Naturally, nothing was left. The Starfire Seed returned to Yi Xing's palm. Yi Xing looked at the Starfire Seed with surprise in his eyes. Although he was sure that the Starfire Seed could hurt the soul, he didn't expect it to be so effective. It was simply the nemesis of the soul. Everything was divided into yin and yang, and the world was divided into life and death. The world of life was the yang world, and the world of death was the yin world. As a creature of the yin world, the dead spirit had extremely strong yin qi. Compared with the body, the soul was the yin of the yin. Only the extreme yang could restrain it. If it were an ordinary flame, the damage to the soul would be normal. However, the Starfire Seed was the essence of the flame, the yang of the yang. Naturally, it could restrain the soul of the King of Death in soul. Flames and thunderbolts both had strong yang qi and less yin qi. The Starfire Seed in flames could restrain the soul, so could the thunder essence in thunderbolts. Except for the Starfire Seed and the Thunder Essence, there were very few attacks that could cause great damage to the soul. Even the reincarnation light created by the Reincarnation Sovereign, which contained many kinds of power and could destroy the soul, was less effective than the Starfire Seed and the Thunder Essence. Therefore, Wei Qingxian could only hurt the soul of the King of Death in soul with the Reincarnation light, but Yi Xing could easily kill him with the Starfire Seed. After killing the King of Death in soul, Yi Xing didn't look happy. Instead, he looked a little serious. Although the King of Death in soul's roar was crazy, it was not necessarily false. At the thought of thousands of Kings of Death in soul invading the Star Continent, Yi Xing's scalp tingled. 100,000 years ago, the Star Continent was invaded by the King of Death in soul. All the human beings on the Star Continent were slaughtered, and there were only a few left. The whole Star Continent became a paradise for the dead spirits. In the end, a true god powerhouse descended and exterminated the dead spirits of the Star Continent. Only after an extremely long period of time did the human race recover their vitality and develop once again. That was a tragic event in human history. As long as I, Yi Xing, am here, I can't let the undead occupy the Star Continent. I must find a way to stop it. Yi Xing thought to himself as he clenched his fists. The Star Continent was his starting point in the world of martial arts. In the first few years, he had always regarded his hometown as Earth. Now, if someone asked him where his hometown was, he would say it was the Star Continent. His friends, the important people in his life, were all here. With his strength, he could easily travel to the Starry Crescent Land through the passage between the Starry Crescent Land, but the others could not. To travel from the Star Continent to the Starry Crescent Continent, one would need to be at least a 4-star King Realm warrior. Other than him, only Wei Qingxian and the Black Tiger King had such strength. If Yi Xing left, the Dark Star Society and the Falling Star sect would definitely be breached by the dead spirits. Everyone he knew would become food for the dead spirits. Therefore, Yi Xing would not leave just like that. He had to stay and solve the problem. If it was just an ordinary undead spirit king, it would not be a problem. With my strength and Qingshuan's help, killing a 6-star undead spirit king would not be a problem. However, there will be a 7-star undead spirit king, which is equivalent to a high-level king realm warrior. Yixing thought. Although the star fire seed had the power to kill a high-level king realm warrior, Yixing did not think that he would be a match for a high-level king realm warrior. A 7-star undead spirit king was even more terrifying than a 7-star king realm warrior. This was because the bodies of undead spirits were different from martial artists. Their bodies were extremely sturdy, and they did not have flesh. They did not know pain. Only by destroying or digging out the corpse jade at the heart could one kill them. A undead spirit king was even harder to kill than a normal undead creature. This was because a normal undead creature's spirit would be destroyed as soon as its body died. However, a undead spirit king's spirit was extremely powerful, and it had already formed a soul body. Even if its body died, its spirit could still be possessed. This alone was a disaster for martial artists. To deal with a 7-star undead spirit king, I have to raise my cultivation to a higher realm. Yixing thought, and then he thought of the fallen star secret realm. He had already become a king realm warrior, and could go to the fallen star secret realm to complete the king realm trial. At that time, he would be able to obtain the entire star palace, and all the treasures inside would belong to him. There are many treasures in the fallen star secret realm, and they might be able to help me become a 2-star king realm warrior quickly. However, before going there, I have to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty first. Since he was not in the Star Continent, Yixing could temporarily put aside all the grudges in the Star Continent. However, after returning to the Star Continent, the grudges of the past were still vivid in his mind. As long as Meng Tai was not dead, Yixing's mind would not be at ease. He had to get rid of Meng Tai as soon as possible so that he could cultivate in peace. With Yixing's current strength, it was more than enough to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. Tianjing City, the capital of the Great Yuan dynasty. The teleportation palace in Tianjing City was connected to all the major forces in the Star Continent. One of the teleportation arrays shone brightly, and Yixing walked out from it. This was Yixing's first time in Tianjing City. When Yixing walked out of the teleportation array, a 6-star venerate walked over and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to Tianjing City?" Tianjing City was the capital of the Great Yuan dynasty, the center of the dynasty. Naturally, it was very strict about checking the identities of cultivators. Naturally, Yixing did not need to fabricate another identity, nor did he need to hide his purpose. With his strength, he wanted to enter the palace openly and kill Meng Tai. Yixing said, "I am Yixing from the Dark Star Church. I have come to Tianjing City to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Tai." Yixing's words were spoken openly, without any intention of hiding anything. Not only did the 6-star venerate in front of him hear it, but the nearby cultivators also heard it. Destroy the Great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Tai. These words were like a sudden clap of thunder in the ears of all the cultivators. This was the capital of the Great Yuan dynasty, Tianjing City. Unexpectedly, someone dared to say such disgraceful words. Everyone who heard it was horrified. Shua, the cultivators around Yixing hurriedly distanced themselves from Yixing as if they were avoiding a ghost. The 6-star venerate in front of Yixing was shocked and furious. He shouted, "Guards, traitor of the Dark Star Church." As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, and a huge astral hand reached out to grab Yixing. Scram! Yixing snorted and waved his hand. A surge of vigorous energy instantly dispersed the astral palm like an avalanche. At the same time, the 6-star venerate flew backward. He had already said that he was here to destroy the Great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Tai. This 6-star venerate actually dared to attack him. He was extremely stupid. Where is the traitor of the Dark Star Church? How dare you come to Tianjing City? You are courting death. There were many cultivators guarding the teleportation hall. When they heard the 6-star venerate's shout, they all rushed over. Among them, most of them were beginner and intermediate venerates. There was also a small portion of them who were advanced astral realm venerates. However, when they arrived, Yi Xing had already disappeared. Chapter 833. Flying was forbidden in Tianjing City. Only those with a flight order could fly in the sky above Tianjing City. At this moment, Yi Xing was walking in the air, heading towards the inner palace. Tianjing City was extremely large, with a radius of 10,000 miles. Only the inner palace was where the Meng royal family lived, and it was also the core of the dynasty. Martial artists were still able to freely enter and exit Tianjing City. However, entering the inner city was much stricter. Even Yi Xing couldn't directly enter. This was because the entire inner city was constantly protected by a powerful array formation. The Great Yuan dynasty had been established for 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, countless level 5 formation masters had set up formations in the inner palace. There were many members of the Meng royal family, and the inner city was not small, with a radius of 3,000 miles. Within this 3,000 miles, there were countless formations. For a king, every step was a formation. The martial artists guarding the teleportation hall did not stop Yi Xing, so they naturally reported the news. After many rounds of reports, the news quickly reached Meng Tai. Imperial Palace Main Hall. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, sat high on the throne. In the hall below, many people were gathered. They were all heroes of the current era. Meng Tai led the Great Yuan dynasty into the army of kings and sovereigns to attack Dark Star Island, but in the end, they fled pathetically and returned in defeat. After returning to the capital, after a short rest, they naturally gathered the experts to discuss how to deal with the Dark Star sect. The experts believed that the Great Yuan dynasty should use their advantage, relying on the formations that Tianjing City had accumulated for 10,000 years, and the dynasty's dragon luck, to defend with all their might. However, this way, the Great Yuan dynasty's power would be limited to Tianjing City, and they would not be able to control the Star Continent. The Dark Star sect would definitely rise and take in all the other factions. Meng Tai was not very willing to defend. As a 4-star king, one of the few powerful kings in the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Tai did not want to see the Great Yuan dynasty lose control of the Star Continent. However, the Dark Star sect had produced Wei Qingxian, whose strength was heaven-defying. Even if he used the dynasty's dragon luck, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Wei Qingxian outside of Tianjing City. Other than defending, there seemed to be no other way. When Meng Tai was caught between a rock and a hard place, he received news that Yi Xing had come to destroy Dayuan and kill Meng Tai. He was angry because of the content of the news, but he was shocked because the person who came was actually Yi Xing. How could it be Yi Xing? Meng Tai was too shocked. Although he wasn't able to kill Yi Xing in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range 2 years ago, he had personally seen Yi Xing shatter space and leave. From then on, there was no news about Yi Xing in the Star Continent. As the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty, the ancestors of the Meng clan had once used a spatial passageway to head to other continents. Meng Tai naturally knew that other than the Starry Sky Continent, there were other Starry Sky continents. Therefore, Meng Tai could vaguely guess that Yi Xing must have left this space and the Star Continent. In history, there weren't many people who had left the Star Continent. They were all peak 4-star kings. After they left the Star Continent, there was no news about them anymore. No one knew if they were alive or dead. None of them had returned to the Star Continent. Meng Tai believed that Yi Xing wouldn't return to the Star Continent. If he didn't return, he would have nothing to do with the Star Continent. It was no different from death. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable for Meng Tai to tell others that Yi Xing was dead. Now that he received news that Yi Xing had returned to the Star Continent and had even come to Tianjing City, saying that he wanted to destroy Dayuan and kill Meng Tai, how could Meng Tai not be shocked and furious? Your Majesty! Yi Xing, he's still alive. This traitor actually didn't die and even dared to come to Tianjing City. This is really treacherous. Below, some of the experts had also received the news. Instantly, it was as if a nest had exploded. Meng Tai stood up from the throne. His eyes were fierce as he shouted, "This traitor, he was lucky to escape last time. Today, he actually dares to come to Tianjin City. He's like a sheep in a tiger's den, seeking his own death. Everyone, follow me and kill this traitor. He's seeking his own death. Kill this traitor." Due to the defeat at Dark Star Island, the experts in the hall were all furious. Now that someone had come to Tianjin City, it was their home ground. Victory was within their grasp, and they were all very excited. However, there was one person who had a worried look on his face. Although this person wasn't a king, he had a status that wasn't inferior to a king in the Dayuan dynasty. He was the imperial tutor Si Kongyan. When Yixing had first arrived at the Star Continent, it was Si Kongyan who had observed the night sky and determined that he would be the demon star in troubled times. According to Si Kongyan's divination, the demon star in troubled times had the possibility of destroying the foundation of the Dayuan dynasty in 10 years. Calculating the time, it was already the 9th year since the descent of the demon star. Si Kongyan had a very ominous premonition in his heart. If the Dayuan dynasty is really about to collapse, what can we do now? It's useless to inform His Majesty. It's better to act according to the circumstances and pray for the best. Si Kongyan thought to himself as he suppressed the thought of reporting to the Supreme King, Meng Tai. At this moment, Meng Tai was still angry because of the defeat at Dark Star Island. Yixing had even killed the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, and was a thorn in Meng Tai's flesh. Now that Yixing had come, if Si Kongyan said, "Your Majesty, the Dayuan dynasty is destined to be destroyed by Yixing today. Don't resist anymore and run for your life," Meng Tai would probably beat Si Kongyan to death in a fit of anger. Yixing's flying speed was extremely fast. By the time Meng Tai received the news, he had already arrived outside the palace. Along the way, some of the guards wanted to intercept Yixing. However, these guards were all astral reaching realm venerables. How could they compare to Yixing's speed? Naturally, they could only watch and sigh. It was only when Yixing stopped in the sky above the palace that a group of inner city guards rushed out from the city and blocked his path. Tianjin City was the core of the dynasty. The guards were naturally the most elite troops, and the soldiers were all astral reaching realm venerables. The inner city guards were the elites of the elites. The weakest of them was a mid-level venerable. The middle-level generals were all venerable lords, and the high-level generals were all king realm existences. At this moment, there was a high-level general in the group blocking Yixing. He was a one-star king realm expert. The inner city general, Meng Shi, had been guarding the palace all this time. Naturally, he didn't recognize Yixing. At this moment, he also didn't receive any orders to invade. He just happened to be patrolling nearby. Seeing someone rushing towards the inner city, he came out to intercept. Meng Shi's eyes were like sharp blades. He unsheathed the treasured blade in his hand and stared at Yixing as he shouted, "Where did this madman come from? You dare to run amok in the sky above Tianjin City? Are you tired of living? Scram!" Meng Shi was also a one-star king. However, in Yixing's eyes, he was too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Pang! Before Meng Shi could react, he was sent flying several thousand meters away by Yixing's slap. Only then did Meng Shi's communication pearl light up. He had received the news of Yixing's invasion. Chapter 834. Apart from Meng Shi, the other warriors blocking Yixing's path were all astral reaching realm sovereigns. Seeing Yixing send Meng Shi flying with a single slap, the sovereigns' hearts shook. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. However, as the Daming dynasty's inner palace guards, their duty forbade them from retreating. Although they were terrified and their legs were shaking, they still gritted their teeth and stood in front of Yixing facing these ignorant soldiers. Yixing took out his crimson flame bow without hesitation and drew it into a full moon. A black flame arrow rapidly condensed. Whoosh! Yixing's aura erupted. The arrow intent contained an extremely penetrating power. At this moment, Yixing's aura was so powerful that it was not inferior to a 5-star king's. Once the arrow was shot, anyone below the 5-star king's level would be killed in one shot. The sovereigns in front of him only felt this extremely penetrating aura. They already felt that their bodies were about to be penetrated, and they were about to die. In front of this kind of aura, they forgot all their duties. There was only the fear of death. So, the sovereigns hurriedly fled to the sides. They were clear that if they were half a step slower, they would definitely die under this arrow's attack. Just as the sovereigns fled to the sides, the black flame arrow's power had accumulated to the limit. Yixing released the bowstring. Whoosh! The black flame arrow shot out like a black light streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the formation ahead. Boom 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 boom, ordinary grade 5 formations could only block low-step kings. Yixing's arrow had the power of a 5-star king. Naturally, it was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it forcibly broke through more than 10 layers of formations and shot out over 100 li. More than 10 grade 5 formations were forcibly broken in the blink of an eye. The commotion caused was so great that the entire Tianjin city was shaking. The explosion of formations being destroyed was even more shocking than the thunder in the sky. Although Yixing had said, "Destroy De Yuan, kill Meng Tai," in the teleportation hall, only a few people beside him had heard it. The other martialists in Tianjin city didn't know that someone was attacking Tianjin city. Therefore, the sudden tremors and explosions caused all the martial artists in Tianjin city to be shocked as they looked at each other. Meng Tai and the other kings had just left the main hall of the palace when they felt the tremors and heard a series of explosions. They were all shocked. The imperial palace's inner city's formations were all level 5 formations, and even a 3-star king would have a hard time breaking through one of them. However, from the sound just now, it seemed that more than 10 formations had been blasted apart in the blink of an eye. What kind of power was this? According to the news, Yixing had come alone. At this moment, Meng Tai and the other king tiers were doubting the authenticity of the news. 2 years ago, Yixing had only been a 7-star exalt before he went missing. In just 2 years, had Yixing already possessed such terrifying strength? None of the kings believed him. "Let's go!" Meng Tai shouted loudly. He took the lead and flew towards Yixing's direction at an extremely fast speed. Although a king's eyesight was shocking, if they didn't cultivate eye techniques, they could only see a few hundred miles away. Although they could see if there was someone more than 1,000 miles away, they could only see a small black shadow in the distance. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, let alone their appearance. Meng Tai flew at full speed, dozens of miles away in a breath. After flying for about 200 miles, Yixing had already drawn the crimson flame bow and condensed a second black flame arrow. Whoosh! Moreover, Yixing used his astrology, and a ray of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a flaming star. On the flaming star, the image of a huge flaming divine bird flapped its wings and was about to fly. Saint-level astrology, Vermilion bird astrology. Surging flaming star power fell, causing the power of Yixing's arrow to increase rapidly. If the power of the first arrow was comparable to that of a 5-star king, then the power of this arrow was unrivaled among 5-star kings. It was almost comparable to that of a 6-star king. Boom! 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 This arrow destroyed even more formations, increasing the number by almost half. In the blink of an eye, a total of 16 formations were destroyed. Yixing moved forward, 100 miles in a single step, and drew the crimson flame bow again, condensing a third black flame arrow. By the time Meng Tai saw Yixing's figure clearly, Yixing had already shot several arrows in succession. Close to 100 level 5 formations were forcefully destroyed by Yixing's tyrannical strength. Yixing had advanced several hundred miles from the edge of the Imperial Palace's inner city to the Imperial Palace's main hall. Although Meng Tai had received news that Yixing had attacked Tianjin city, he didn't see Yixing's face clearly. He also didn't dare to believe that the figure who destroyed the level 5 formations so easily was Yixing. 2 years ago, Yixing was only a 7-star supremacy. He had escaped from Meng Tai's clutches, and his whereabouts were unknown. In just 2 years, Yixing's strength had actually grown to such a level. This was truly unbelievable and deeply shocking to Meng Tai. The moment he saw Yixing's face clearly, Meng Tai once again recalled Si Kongyan's words about the demon star in troubled times. A trace of fear actually rose in his heart. This time, the Great Yuan dynasty seemed to be in real danger. No. Impossible. The Great Yuan dynasty definitely can't be defeated by my hands. Meng Tai shouted in his heart. In an instant, he expelled the evil thoughts from his mind. At this moment, Meng Tai's willpower was as firm as steel. He definitely didn't believe in the demon star in troubled times. His eyes were filled with madness as he looked at Yixing with killing intent. Today, he definitely had to kill Yixing and let his soul end here. However, Meng Tai didn't realize that if he really didn't believe that Yixing was the demon star in troubled times, why would he have such a huge reaction that was close to madness? Yixing had long seen Meng Tai's figure. When Meng Tai stopped a few hundred miles ahead, Yixing laughed loudly. Old man Meng Tai, today, I'll return all the enmity of the past. I'm here to take your dog life. Meng Tai was as furious as a mad lion. His hair and beard stood on end, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. He shouted, "You traitor, 2 years ago, you were lucky enough to escape. Instead of being a stray dog outside, you buried your head in life and tried your best to survive. How dare you kill your way into Tianjin? You're courting death." Yixing laughed loudly and said, "Tianjin city is nothing to me. I can come and go as I wish. Taking your dog life is as easy as flipping my hand." As he spoke, Yixing shot out another arrow. The black flame arrow was like a ray of light that pierced through the sky. It shot forward explosively and instantly covered 100 miles. It was unstoppable. Rank 5 formations were destroyed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 formations were destroyed. Yixing took a step forward and advanced another 100 miles, closing the distance between him and Meng Tai. This time, Meng Tai saw everything clearly. The might of Yixing's arrow made his heart tremble instinctively. Even though he was a 4-star king and had the strength of a peak 4-star king, he couldn't contend against the might of Yixing's arrow. The more frightened Meng Tai was, the more intense his killing intent became. He roared, "Control the formations and kill this traitor. Tear him into pieces and let him die without a burial place." Chapter 835. There was a huge difference between someone controlling a formation and someone not controlling it. If an ordinary level 5 formation was not controlled, even a 3-star king would be able to break it after attacking for a long time. However, if someone was controlling it, the formation's power could be unleashed to the maximum, and it could even contend with 4-star kings. This was especially true for formations that worked with martial artists. The stronger the martial artist, the stronger the formation's power would be. It could allow a low-level king to kill a 4-star king. In fact, if there were enough kings controlling the formation and they were strong enough, they could even contend with 5-star kings. However, an ordinary level 5 formation was just an ordinary one. No matter what, it could not be compared to a level 5 formation at the initial stage. Therefore, no matter how many kings were controlling the formation, they could only unleash the power of a level 5 formation to the level of a 5-star king. It could not be compared to a 6-star king. As for a level 5 formation at the initial stage, as long as someone was controlling it, it would not be difficult to kill a 6-star king. There were many kings in the Great Yuan dynasty. At Meng Tai's command, dozens of kings behind him entered a formation. It was a formation that worked with martial artists' attacks. Dozens of low-level kings working with this formation could unleash power that could barely be compared to a 5-star king. It didn't take long for Yixing to slaughter his way to the front of the formation like crushing dry weeds. The arrow just now had only destroyed 9 formations. When it reached the formation, it was destroyed by a ray of sword light. When Meng Tai saw this, he was overjoyed. When he saw Yixing rushing over, he shouted, "Use the sword light to kill this bastard." The kings circulated their astral energies to the limit and injected them into the formation. A ray of sword light that was 1,000 feet long formed. Whoosh, under the control of a level 5 formation master, this 1,000 feet long ray of sword light flew 100 miles in an instant. It had the power to split open the heavens and break the earth as it shot toward Yixing. Yixing snorted. The black flame arrow that had been formed a long time ago instantly shot out toward the sword light. Bang! The black flame arrow collided with the 1,000 feet long sword light, and a loud explosion sounded. The 1,000 feet long sword light shattered like a mirror, and splashed in all directions. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yixing had used the vermilion bird star form and shot out an arrow with his full power. Even a peak 5-star king would find it hard to resist, and its power was close to that of a 6-star king. How could that 100-meter-long sword light, which was only equivalent to an ordinary 5-star king's attack, be able to resist it? The black flame arrow shattered the 1,000-foot-long sword light, but its power was still terrifying. Like a hot knife through butter, it instantly arrived in front of the array controlled by the kings. Boom! The black flame arrow hit the protective light shield outside the formation with a loud explosion. Cracks immediately began to appear on the invisible protective barrier. Meng Tai's expression instantly changed. The other kings were also shocked. The power of Yixing's arrow was even more terrifying than they had expected. The terrifying rebounding force was transmitted to the kings through the array, causing their bodies to shake. The weaker 1-star kings couldn't withstand the rebounding force, and they all spat out blood. The array was on the verge of collapse. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to block my path. Take another arrow. Yixing yelled loudly. Another black flame arrow condensed on the crimson flame bow and shot out. Among the kings, the 1-star kings all spat out blood and were severely injured. Even the 2-star kings were affected by the rebounding force, and the 3-star kings were also affected. The power they injected into the array was greatly reduced. The sword light that was shot out was only a few hundred feet long. Compared to the 1,000 feet long sword light before, it was only half the size, and its power was also reduced by more than half. It had already fallen to the level of a 4-star king. Even the 1,000 feet long sword light couldn't block the black flame arrow, let alone this sword light that was greatly reduced in power. Boom! The sword light was instantly shattered. The black flame arrow's momentum was unstoppable, and it instantly shot into the array's protective barrier. With a loud explosion, the protective barrier was completely shattered. All the kings spat out blood. They were all severely injured, and their bodies were sent flying. Even the 3-star kings were no exception. Although Meng Tai was furious, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was grim as he hurriedly retreated. Old man Meng Tai, even your imperial city's array couldn't withstand a single blow. Where can you escape to? Yixing yelled loudly. He chased after Meng Tai and shot out another arrow, destroying the array in front of him one after another. Meng Tai's face was grim. After 10,000 years of hard work from generation after generation of rank 5 array masters, Tianjing Imperial City had set up too many arrays. These were the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, Yixing wasn't lying. These arrays, these foundations, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yixing. They couldn't stop Yixing's footsteps. Now, Meng Tai could only rely on the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. Although Yixing's speed was much faster than Meng Tai's, Yixing advanced by breaking through arrays, while Meng Tai directly passed through them. Therefore, Meng Tai was naturally faster. The luck-gathering altar was located in the square in front of the imperial palace. Meng Tai flew a few hundred miles at his fastest speed and returned to the dragon-gathering altar. Yi Xing was behind him, breaking through arrays and chasing after him at extreme speed. Only after landing on the luck-gathering altar did Meng Tai feel at ease. On the luck-gathering altar, Meng Tai could control the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon luck as he wished. He could attack and defend, and he could unleash its full power, exploding with the strength of a rank 5 king. In the past, no one had been like Yi Xing, killing his way into the capital before the old dynasty's dragon luck had dissipated. Even if a new expert was stronger than the old dynasty's supreme king, he couldn't do anything about the dragon luck that had been accumulated for a long time. He could only take advantage of the fact that the old dynasty's forces were holed up in the capital to reclaim the world's forces and build a new dynasty with a new luck-gathering altar. In this way, the new dynasty would become the Orthodox dynasty and be able to gather the star continent's dragon luck, while the old dynasty's dragon luck would lose its source and gradually dissipate. A dynasty's dragon luck was difficult to gather and dissipate. In 100 years, the old dynasty's dragon luck would dissipate. At that time, the new dynasty's dragon luck would be able to invade the old dynasty's capital and wipe out the remaining forces. Within 100 years, if the old dynasty's royal family could produce an expert that could sweep the world, they could still save the dynasty's fate. If not, it would naturally be difficult to escape destruction after 100 years. If Yi Xing hadn't killed his way into Tianjing City, the Dark Stars sect would have had to use a method that would take 100 years to completely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty. But now, Yi Xing was destroying everything in his path. With his absolute strength, he was going to end the life of a prosperous dynasty in one fell swoop. Under Meng Tai's control, the dragon luck in the luck-gathering altar exploded, turning into a green dragon that was a few hundred feet long. It coiled on the plaza and surrounded the altar. Meng Tai felt the dragon luck's power and felt extremely at ease. He laughed and said, "Traitor, you must have experienced many heaven-defying things to have your current strength. However, with the dragon luck that my great Yuan has accumulated for 10,000 years, what can you do to me?" Chapter 836. Following Meng Tai's loud laughter, the 10,000 feet long azure dragon coiled around him raised its head high and opened its mouth to roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and the terrifying dragon's might spread in all directions as if it had materialized. A burst of invisible power descended from the sky, and Yi Xing, who was over 50 kilometers away, was also forced down from the sky. If it were an ordinary king, they would probably be pressed to the ground by this dragon aura, unable to move at all. However, although Yi Xing had landed on the ground, the aura on his body was still very strong, especially the penetrative power of the arrow will, which had pierced through the formless pressure. Other than the fact that it was difficult for him to fly, Yi Xing was safe and sound. Yi Xing drew his bow again and shot out an arrow. The formations in front of him were all destroyed, and in the blink of an eye, there were no more obstacles between Yi Xing and the luck-gathering altar. Looking at Meng Tai, who was laughing loudly on the luck-gathering altar as if everything was under his control, Yi Xing also laughed. Meng Tai was furious and roared, "You're about to die, and you still dare to laugh." Yi Xing laughed and said, "I should be the one saying that to you. You want to stop me, Yi Xing, with just the draconic providence of a low-grade dynasty? Old man Meng Tai, if this is your greatest support, then you can die now." Meng Tai's expression changed. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was indeed his greatest support. As long as the draconic providence didn't disperse, unless a 6-star king attacked, no one would be able to resist the draconic providence. Even a peak 5-star king wouldn't be able to resist it. This was because there was a limit to a person's strength, but the draconic providence was endless. The Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence was only at the peak of 5-star kings, but it could kill peak 5-star kings. If Yi Xing could destroy the Great Yuan dynasty's draconic providence, Meng Tai would no longer have the strength to resist Yi Xing, and he would definitely die. Therefore, he was shocked when he heard this. However, when he thought of the strength of the dynasty's draconic providence, the fear in Meng Tai's heart disappeared. Yi Xing's strength was indeed strong, but Meng Tai didn't believe that it could reach the level of a 6-star king. Meng Tai said coldly, just the draconic providence of a low-rank dynasty. Humph. You're just a frog in a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you understand the great power of the dynasty's dragon fate? The one who will die today is you. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tai controlled the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon and charged towards Yixing, who just as the azure dragon moved, a terrifying gust of wind blew towards Yixing. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon stretched out its claw. A huge dragon claw the size of a small mountain tore through the void and reached for Yixing's head. Yixing's arrow intent was attached to his body. His figure moved and instantly changed positions. The azure dragon's claw missed and tore a hole with a diameter of 100 meters in the ground. Your attack power is barely passable, but your speed is too slow. Why don't you try taking one of my arrows? Yixing's voice rang out from over 100 miles away. While speaking, Yixing's third eye opened on his forehead as he used the Void Breaker God Eye. At the same time, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow and arrow. It was the Sagittarius constellation. The Void Breaker God Eye's power could pierce through the void and nothing could block it. The luck-gathering altar, the 1,000-feet-long azure dragon, Meng Tai's body, and the circulation of the astral energy, everything could be seen at a glance under the Void Breaker God Eye. Yixing could see where the attack power was weak and where the defense was weak at a glance. He pulled the crimson flame bow and a black flame arrow quickly formed. The Sagittarius constellation's surging astral energy poured down, and the piercing aura increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, Yixing was more than 200 miles away from the luck-gathering altar. Meng Tai could control the power of draconic providence to attack from 100 miles away, but it would be difficult to attack from 200 miles away. The speed would be much slower, and he wouldn't be able to stop Yixing from forming the astral energy arrow. Moreover, as soon as the black flame arrow formed, the aura it gave off made Meng Tai's heart tremble. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Meng Tai once again thought of Si Qian's prophecy. He had the thought that the Dayuan dynasty would be destroyed and his life would be over. As a 4-star king and one of the strongest kings since the establishment of the Dayuan dynasty, Meng Tai really couldn't imagine that the Dayuan dynasty would be destroyed by his own hands. Meng Tai's mind only relaxed for an instant before he steadied himself and recalled the dynasty's draconic providence. The 1,000-feet-long azure dragon instantly flew back and surrounded the luck-gathering altar, forming an impenetrable defense. Under full defense, even if Yixing's arrow had the power of a 6-star king, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through the draconic providence. In Meng Tai's opinion, Yixing might be able to unleash the power of a 6-star king for an instant, but he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Therefore, as long as he could block this arrow, there might still be hope for this battle. Unfortunately, he had only calculated the increase in power of the Sagittarius constellation relative to Yixing's, but he hadn't calculated that the third eye in the middle of Yixing's forehead wasn't an ordinary martial Dao heavenly eye, but a type of God eye that had already seen through everything. "Old man Meng Tai, die!" Yixing shouted. The black flame arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot out. This arrow contained the power of the 3 Dao intents of darkness, wind, and fire, as well as surging astral energy, the power of the Sagittarius constellation, and the Vermilion Bird constellation. The power it unleashed was definitely at the level of a 6-star king. Moreover, it wasn't something an ordinary 6-star king could compare to. Just the power of the arrow was already terrifying enough to break through the defense of the dynasty's draconic providence. However, the God Eye Void Breaker had found the flaw, which made the arrow even more powerful. Whoosh! The black flame arrow was like a ray of light, drawing an arc in the void and hitting a certain part of the green dragon. This arrow easily shot into the green dragon's body. Moreover, the entire green dragon's body started to disintegrate, and the dynasty's draconic providence started to dissipate. Meng Tai's eyes were instantly filled with fear. At this moment, he was controlling the dynasty's draconic providence, so he could clearly feel every change in the dynasty's draconic providence. Meng Tai originally thought that with the dynasty's draconic providence, Even if it suffered some losses, it would still be able to block Yixing's arrow. However, he never expected that Yixing's arrow would directly attack the foundation of the dynasty's draconic providence, causing the dynasty's draconic providence that the Dayuan dynasty had accumulated for tens of thousands of years to collapse like a tower that had lost its foundation. As a result, the dynasty's draconic providence had completely lost its power, and the black flame arrow easily pierced through the green dragon's body. Meng Tai was still in shock when the black flame arrow shot into his chest, instantly piercing through and leaving a bowl-sized hole. An intense pain spread from his chest to the rest of his body. Although the wound caused by the arrow was only the size of a bowl, the moment it pierced through Meng Tai's body, the power of the arrow had already invaded his body and attacked every part of his body. No dash. Meng Tai lowered his head to look at the hole in his chest and let out a shrill cry. He could feel the life in his body rapidly depleting, and death was getting closer and closer to him. In just 2 breaths' time, Meng Tai fell to the ground and died. The life in his body was completely destroyed. Chapter 837. The Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the dynasty's dragon luck had collapsed. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. Its 10,000 years of foundation had been destroyed overnight. Yixing had slaughtered his way from the inner city of the imperial palace to the altar. He had destroyed the formations and fought against the kings. His momentum had attracted the attention of countless martial artists. The inner city army of the Great Yuan dynasty and many warriors of the Meng royal family had witnessed the battle between Yixing and Meng Tai from afar. Seeing Meng Tai die, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In the history of the Star Continent, the highest cultivation level had been a 4-star king and the highest strength had been a 5-star king. However, the dynasty's dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was able to resist the top 5-star kings. It could be said that in the Star Continent, as long as the dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was not destroyed, the Great Yuan dynasty should be impregnable. However, the dynasty's draconic fate had been dispersed. The utmost king, Meng Tai, had died. Furthermore, the person who had accomplished all of this was Yixing alone. This result was simply too unbelievable. Thus, the Meng royal clan's cultivators were all dumbstruck. They were simply terrified. The Great Yuan dynasty has been destroyed. Run for your lives. In the backyard of the palace's main hall, a loud shout was heard. It was Si Kongyan's shout. In front of Si Kongyan was a teleportation formation. After the shout, the teleportation formation emitted a pure white light and Si Kongyan disappeared. Yixing looked towards the direction of the voice. His gaze penetrated the palace's main hall and saw the pure white light in the teleportation formation. Yixing had destroyed the dynasty's dragon luck and killed Meng Tai. This had already frightened the inner city army of the palace. Hearing Si Kongyan's shout, the warriors no longer restrained themselves and fled in all directions. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed and Meng Tai was dead. These warriors no longer had a target to protect and no reason to persevere. Who would dare to face Yixing? Of course, they fled as fast as they could. The Meng royal clan's cultivators soon recovered from their stupefied state. Meng Tai was indeed dead. He was deader than dead. Right now, the most important thing was for them to survive. They also joined in the escape. With regards to the Great Yuan dynasty, Yixing hated Meng Tai the most. Meng Tai was already dead and the Great Yuan dynasty had fallen apart. He was not a bloodthirsty person and there was no need for him to start a massacre for no reason. Hence, he allowed the cultivators to escape. However, the Meng clan had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how many clans they had bullied and offended. In the past, as the ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty, no one dared to voice their anger. Now that the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed, the Meng clan had fallen from the throne. Their future days would probably not be easy. At the very least, the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect had been fighting for more than 1,000 years. The Dark Star sect would not let go of the Meng family so easily. Yixing did not need to worry about these matters. The Great Yuan dynasty had ruled the starry continent for tens of thousands of years. They must have collected many treasures. Yixing had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he would not work for others. He had to take away the treasures collected by the Great Yuan dynasty. Yixing took Meng Tai's storage ring and activated his divine void-breaking eye. Very quickly, he searched through the entire inner palace. Most of the treasures in the Great Yuan dynasty were carried by Meng Tai. However, there were still some treasures hidden in the treasury. After Yixing found them, he took them all. Then, he used the teleportation array in Tianjing City to reach the East Divine Continent. By the time Yixing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the Dark Star sect had already received news from Tianjing City. The Dark Star sect naturally had spies in Tianjing City. Everyone in Tianjing City knew that such a huge matter had happened in the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, the news quickly reached the Dark Star Island. However, most of the martial artists only knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. However, they did not know who had killed Meng Tai and who had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. This was the first news that the Dark Star sect received. Tianjing City had the Imperial Dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. This was something that the Dark Star sect was extremely wary of. Although the Dark Star sect's strength had surpassed the Great Yuan dynasty, they did not attack Tianjing City. This was because they could not deal with the Imperial Dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. Now, there was suddenly news that someone had broken into the inner palace, killed Meng Tai, and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. The upper echelons of the Dark Star sect felt like they were dreaming. They did not dare to believe that this was real. Who had the strength to kill Meng Tai, who controlled the Imperial Dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty? When the Dark Star sect received the news, they immediately called for a meeting of the upper echelons. They carefully confirmed the news and confirmed that they had not read it wrongly. The source of the news was also correct. It was indeed from the spies of the Dark Star sect in Tianjing City. After a long period of shock, the Black Biao King decided to go to Tianjing City to investigate. Now, although Shuo Xinglong was the sect leader of the Dark Star sect in name, the Black Biao King was the true decision-maker of the Dark Star sect. This news was too shocking. The Black Biao King did not dare to believe it. He could only go to Tianjing City personally to investigate and see for himself. Shuo Xinglong said, "Could it be that the spies in Tianjing City were exposed and have already betrayed us and joined the Great Yuan dynasty? They set up an inescapable net in Tianjing City and then deliberately tricked us into going to Tianjing City, walking right into the trap." The news was too shocking. Shuo Xinglong could not believe that Meng Tai had died just like that. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed just like that. Hence, he started to think about other things. Many elders had the same concerns. The Black Biao King said, "The most terrifying thing about Tianjing City is the Imperial Dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as we do not attack the inner palace, Meng Tai will not be able to stop us. Lady Qingxian and I will go and investigate. We will definitely be able to come and go as we please. There's no need to go. The news is true." A pleasant voice came from outside the Dark Star Hall. Following which, Wei Qingxian walked in. Her face was filled with excitement and joy. There was another person beside Wei Qingxian. The gazes of the kings of the Dark Star sect landed on this person. Their faces were filled with shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. "Brother Yixing." The first to react was the Black Biao King. He rushed in front of Yixing and said excitedly, "You're still alive?" "As expected." "You're still alive." "Ha! You're still alive." His first sentence was filled with shock. Following which, it turned into great joy. The person who came in with Wei Qingxian was naturally Yixing. When Yixing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the first thing he saw was Wei Qingxian. Although Wei Qingxian had always believed that Yixing was still alive and had some guesses in her heart, she was still extremely excited when she saw Yixing. Yixing explained to Wei Qingxian that he was the one who had shot the arrow that day. He also told her about what he had done recently. However, before he could tell her in detail what had happened in the past 2 years, Yixing knew through his god's void-breaking eye that the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect had doubts about what had happened in Tianjing City. Hence, he came to the Dark Star Hall with Wei Qingxian. Although Yixing was already filled with joy after reuniting with Wei Qingxian after such a long time, seeing the Black Biao King again made him extremely excited. Yixing looked at the Black Biao King and nodded with a smile. Of course I'm not dead. I'm living well. Furthermore, I've already killed Meng Tai. I've also destroyed the Great Yuan Dynasty's dragon fate. The Great Yuan Dynasty no longer exists. The Black Biao King was stunned. In the Dark Star Hall, all the kings of the Dark Star sect were stunned. Chapter 838. Previously, the kings didn't dare to believe the news of Meng Tai's death and the Great Yuan Dynasty's destruction. Now, not only did Yixing confirm this news, but he also said that he had killed Meng Tai. This news shocked the kings even more. It could be said that they had watched Yixing grow up. Although Yixing's growth was very fast, he had only been a 7-star supremacy 2 years ago. No matter how fast he grew, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in just 2 years, right? Moreover, 2 years ago, Yixing had been hunted down by Meng Tai, and his whereabouts were unknown. Meng Tai had announced to the world that Yixing was dead. Now, just the appearance of Yixing was enough to make people feel like the dead had come back to life. This was shocking enough. Even the kings present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The first to react was the Black Tiger King. His eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. The Black Tiger King slapped Yixing's shoulder and laughed. Good, haha, I knew it. You're the demon star of chaos. These 2 years, I didn't believe you were dead either. Ha, as expected, not only did you not die, you even killed Meng Tai and destroyed the Great Yuan Dynasty. You are indeed the Great Yuan Dynasty's demon star of chaos, haha. Since Yixing had said it himself, it naturally couldn't be false. The Black Tiger King no longer doubted the news from Tianjing City. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings also recovered from their shock. Their gazes towards Yixing changed greatly. In their hearts, Yixing's image had always been that of a junior. At best, he was a very talented junior with a lot of potential. However, in just 2 years, Yixing had already killed his way into the Great Yuan Dynasty's palace alone, destroyed the Great Yuan Dynasty's dragon fate, and killed the Great Yuan Dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai. Such an expert could be said to be peerless in the Star Continent. Wei Qingxian alone was enough to shock them. Now, there was Yixing, who was even more heaven-defying. In the eyes of the kings, they could no longer associate Yixing with the junior of the past. Instead, he had become a peerless expert that even they had to look up to. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings walked toward Yixing. They cupped their fists at Yixing and nodded slightly. Star Dragon King said, "The De Yuan dynasty is our sect's archenemy. King Yixing killed Meng Tai and destroyed the De Yuan dynasty. Our sect is grateful to you." Although Yixing had stayed in the Dark Star Church for a period of time, he was not an official disciple of the Dark Star Church. He had only been nurtured by the Dark Star Church because of the Black Biao King. Now, Star Dragon King could no longer treat Yixing as a genius of the Dark Star sect, but as a respected expert. They did not have a good relationship with Yixing like the Black Biao King. Naturally, they did not dare to be too casual in front of Yixing. Yixing nodded at the kings and said, "Star Dragon King, you don't have to be so polite. I have received many benefits from the Dark Star Church. It is my duty to contribute to the Dark Star Church. Now that Meng Tai is dead and the De Yuan dynasty no longer exists, there are still many survivors. They are still powerful. Star Dragon King said, not to mention how many cultivators have died in the hands of the De Yuan dynasty since the founding of the Dark Star Church. Just in the past few hundred years, a large number of experts and geniuses of the younger generation have been killed by the De Yuan dynasty's cultivators. We must avenge them. Those who have been stained with the blood of our Dark Star Church's cultivators must not be spared. Black Biao King nodded and said, that's right. Those people were once under the protection of the De Yuan dynasty. Now that the De Yuan dynasty has been destroyed, it is time to settle the score with them. There is no time to lose. Let's set out immediately to eliminate the survivors. The kings of the Dark Star Church nodded in unison. They all had their own enemies in the De Yuan dynasty. Of course, it was not just Meng Tai alone. When the De Yuan dynasty was at its peak, they could not do anything to it. Now that the De Yuan dynasty had collapsed, they naturally had to settle the score. Yi Xing said, the space in the Sea of Dark Prison is becoming more and more unstable. Once something happens, the Death Spirit King might invade. The human race is in danger. Everyone, please take your revenge. However, do not kill the innocent. Kill all of them and try to preserve the human race's strength. The Death Spirit King's invasion was too terrifying. The kings were stunned. Black Biao King said, are you serious? Yi Xing nodded and said, the Death Spirit King's soul that escaped that day has already been killed by me. Before he died, he said that it would not be long before the Sea of Dark Prison's spatial crack would be big enough for the Death Spirit King to pass through. Although he was trying to scare me, it might not be all empty words. Therefore, it is better to be prepared as soon as possible. Black Biao King said, if that is the case, the Star Continent will face a great calamity. Let's do as Brother Yi Xing said. Those who have the blood of the Dark Star Church on their hands, kill them all. As for the others, spare them if possible. Yi Xing said, that's good. Brother Black Biao, you decide what to do. I will not participate in these matters. I have to prepare for the dangers that we may face in the future. Black Biao King led the kings of the Dark Star Church and left the Dark Star Island for the Middle Sky Continent to deal with the De Yuan dynasty. With Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian on the Dark Star Island, their safety was not an issue. It could be said that the kings of the Dark Star Church were all out. After the Black Biao King and the others left, Yi Xing told Wei Qingxian about his experiences in the past 2 years in detail. After learning that Yi Xing went to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star Continent and became a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, Wei Qingxian was shocked. Yi Xing was not even a king, but he had traveled to several Starry Crescent lands. This experience was indeed amazing. Wei Qingxian said, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Yi Xing has experienced so many dangers, but he still managed to escape death. He has encountered such a great opportunity. In the future, we will go to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star Continent. As a high-level continent, the Dark Star Continent may have a passage to the Samsara Palace. Yi Xing nodded and said, with our current strength, it is more than enough to go to the Starry Crescent Land. However, we cannot ignore the threat of the King of Death Spirit. If the King of Death Spirit invades the Star Continent and we are not there, the warriors on the Star Continent will be killed. We have to solve this problem first, then go to the Starry Crescent Land. Wei Qingxian thought for a while and said, I don't know how long we have to wait for the King of Death Spirit to invade. What if we wait for 8 or 10 years and nothing happens? Yi Xing smiled and said, of course, I won't just wait like a fool. In these years, I will try my best to improve my cultivation and increase my strength as soon as possible. However, the most important thing is to study formations. In the Heavenly Bao continent, among the treasures I obtained, there are ancient books on formations. I even have quasi-god level 6 ancient books on formations. My talent in formations is even better than my talent in martial arts. If the King of Death Spirits doesn't invade in 8 or 10 years, I'm afraid I will have become a level 5 array grandmaster. I only need to leave some formations to protect the human tribe on the Star Land. Chapter 839. Yixing stayed at the Dark Star Island for a few days before returning to the Falling Star sect to meet with Hua Tianfeng, Lin Tongyu, Gu Tianshang, and the others. In the Heavenly Bao Hall, Yixing obtained a large number of treasures. Among them, there were treasures that could prolong one's life and heal injuries to one's life force. Chu Jingyue's injuries were completely healed, allowing her to regain her youth and increase her lifespan. After that, Yixing went to the old site of the Falling Star sect. The tortoise said that only when Yixing became a king and passed the king-level trial could he obtain all the treasures left behind by Emperor Xinghan. With Yixing's harvest in the Heavenly Bao continent, he was not very interested in the treasures in the Star Hall. Only the Star Hall itself was attractive to Yixing. Although the Star Hall was just a replica, it was not an ordinary divine artifact. If Yixing could use it, he would be able to exert a terrifying power that was far beyond his strength. Through the star token, Yixing entered the Star Hall. Yixing had absorbed Luo Tiangong's true god blood essence and became a king. He had built an extreme-grade imperial body. He had comprehended the true meaning of Tao from three great Taos of heaven and earth. His ability to challenge those of a higher level was even better than when he was in the honorable realm. Of course, passing the king-level trial was not difficult. Whether it was the energy form of Yixing or the energy form of 1 to 3 levels higher than Yixing, they were all defeated by Yixing effortlessly. He easily completed the king-level trial. Very good, very good. The tortoise praised again and again. His eyes were filled with amazement. I didn't expect you to become a king so quickly and have such powerful strength. Compared to Master, your talent and potential are much higher. In the end, Xinghan Great Emperor only managed to cultivate to the level of a 9-star king and failed to become a quasi-god. As for Yixing, he was now a 5-star blue fate. In terms of talent, Yixing was naturally much higher than Xinghan Great Emperor. Moreover, in terms of strength, Yixing who was in the same realm far surpassed Great Emperor Xinghan. Emperor Xinghan relied on the Stellar Hall replica to reach the level of a 1 Nirvana quasi-god. He himself did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Yixing was only a 1-star king, but he had the strength of a 6-star king. The two of them were naturally not on the same level. The tortoise continued, Yixing, you have completed all the tests left behind by the master. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Star Hall. By refining the Star Hall, you can obtain everything left behind by the previous master. Yixing was overjoyed and asked, how do I refine it? The tortoise said, Master, please follow me. The Stellar Hall still has a 5th level. Once you refine the heart of the 5th level, you will be able to control the Stellar Hall. Yixing was slightly surprised. Only then did he realize that the master that the pimp was talking about was him. And the fact that there was a 5th floor of the Stellar Hall made Yixing even more surprised. Soon, Yixing followed Mr. Tortoise to the 5th floor. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless land of flames. With Yixing's normal eyesight, he could see thousands of miles just by looking. But even so, he still couldn't see the edge of this land of flames. The first 4 levels of the Stellar Hall were just small spaces. The fact that the 5th level had such a huge land of flames really exceeded Yixing's expectations. Seeing this, Mr. Tortoise explained, Master, the space of the 5th level is hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide. However, there is no sun, moon, or stars. There is no alternating day and night. There is no normal air, only endless flames. It is not suitable for life to grow, so it is very barren. This place was indeed very barren. Although there were mountains, valleys, plains, and various other terrains, without exception, they were all burning with flames. However, even if it was just a barren world, such a large piece of land was located in the Stellar Hall. This made Yixing feel shocked. It was impossible for the Stellar Hall to be more than hundreds of thousands of miles wide and hundreds of thousands of miles tall because it was impossible to have so many materials. However, to be able to contain such a large piece of land, it definitely involved the Tao of space. Mr. Tortoise flew forward and said, "The world core is located in the center of the 5th level. Master, please follow me." Yixing followed behind Mr. Tortoise. In the center of his forehead, he opened his third eye and used the divine Voidbreaker eye. The divine Voidbreaker eye's gaze pierced through the void. Before long, Yixing had roughly seen this piece of land. Mr. Tortoise was right. This piece of land was indeed hundreds of thousands of miles wide. In the center, there was a red stone that contained a special energy that controlled everything in all directions. It was the world core. Not long after, Mr. Tortoise and Yixing arrived next to the world core. Yixing dripped a drop of blood into the world core. His spiritual power pierced into it and quickly refined the world core. In an instant, an indescribable feeling arose in Yixing's heart. The shape of the entire stellar hall appeared in his mind. Yixing was very clear about the treasures inside. The stellar hall was like Yixing's hands and feet that he could control at will. There were a large number of treasures inside the stellar hall, ranging from low-grade spirit grade to top-grade spirit grade, low-grade profound grade to top-grade profound grade. However, the lower the grade, the more treasures there were. The higher the grade, the fewer treasures there were. Although the disciples of the Dark Star Hall had obtained many treasures in the past 700 years, it was probably less than 1/10 of the total treasures inside the stellar hall. Especially the profound grade treasures. Other than Yixing, no one had obtained them. Mr. Tortoise waved his hand, and a medicine bottle flew out from the treasure space and appeared in front of Yixing. Yixing knew that this was a medicine bottle from the top-grade profound grade treasure area. He reached out and caught it, saying, "This is a top-grade profound grade pill, extreme body pill. What are its effects?" Mr. Tortoise said, "It strengthens the body and also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation." Yixing nodded. Before, when he passed the martial saint, Taoist, and venerable level trials, the rewards he obtained were all pills that strengthened the body and increased one's cultivation. Yixing opened the bottle cap, swallowed the extreme body pill, and began to refine it. The strength of an imperial body was measured by the vitality, not the strength of the body. A top-grade imperial body was an immortal body, not an indestructible body. A top-grade imperial body's immortal body was not really immortal, but after being injured, it could be healed through a powerful vitality. Every time it was healed, it would consume vitality. Once the vitality was exhausted, it would still die. Therefore, even if it was a top-grade imperial body, one could not ignore the strength of the body. The higher the strength of the body, the less damage one would receive, and the less vitality one would need to recover from injuries. Then, a top-grade imperial body would be able to last longer in battle. Otherwise, if one's body was too weak, one's body would be destroyed by a single blow. Without reaching the realm of blood rebirth, even if one had an immortal body, they would still die instantly. A top-grade imperial body's absorption of physical energy was extremely fast. In just half an hour, the medicinal efficacy of the extreme body pill was completely absorbed by Yixing, and the strength of his body skyrocketed. Yixing could feel that just by relying on the strength of his body, he was probably comparable to a 5-star king. Moreover, Yixing's Star Dipper had been greatly strengthened, and his cultivation had taken another step forward, becoming a 2-star king. Chapter 840. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yixing smiled. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the strengthening of his physical body, Yixing's strength had risen by yet another notch. A high-level king realm expert could be called an emperor. Although there was only one level difference between a 6-star king and a 7-star king, there was a huge difference in strength. When Yixing was a 1-star king, he could use the Sagittarius constellation to unleash the strength of a 6-star king, but it was only equivalent to an ordinary 6-star king. Some kings who had the ability to challenge those of a higher level might not be able to compete with a 7-star king after becoming a 6-star king. However, their strength was much stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Right now, Yixing's strength was probably not inferior to these extremely powerful 6-star king realm geniuses. Although I haven't reached the level of a 7-star king warrior yet, with the black hole astral form, I might be able to fight against a 7-star death spirit king head-on. I don't know how long it will take for the death spirit king to invade. In a few years, my cultivation will continue to improve, and then I will be able to kill a 7-star death spirit king head-on. Then, I won't be afraid of the death spirit king invading the star continent. Yi Xing hoped that the death spirit king would not invade too soon. Now, his formation was not complete yet. If he encountered a 7-star death spirit king, he would barely be able to compete with it. In a few years, his cultivation would increase, and even if a 7-star death spirit king invaded the starry continent, Yi Xing would be able to deal with it. Congratulations, Master. With your strength, it will be easy for you to go to the starry crescent land. The tortoise congratulated him and said, the old master had a last wish. He hoped that after you get his belongings and go to the starry crescent land, you could avenge him and kill all the enemies who had plotted against him. 700 years have passed. Most of the enemies who plotted against the old master have reached the end of their lifespans, but one of them is definitely still alive. Yi Xing asked, who? Mr. Tortoise said, Xing Chengji. Kings have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every time a quasi-god goes through nirvana, their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. A quasi-god in nirvana can live for 2,000 years. Xing Chengji was more than 500 years old back then, and now he is more than 1,200 years old. As long as he is not killed by others, he should still be alive. A figure appeared in Yi Xing's mind. He said, Xing Chengji, I've seen him before. Back in the starry crescent land, he wanted to kill me as well. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill Xing Chengji to avenge Emperor Xing Han and vent my anger. The tortoise said, this guy is indeed still alive. I must watch him die. Yi Xing nodded and said, Mr. Tortoise, what abilities does the Starry Hall have? As a divine artifact, I should be able to use it to kill my enemies. Mr. Tortoise said, of course you can. However, with your current strength, you can control the Starry Hall to move, but it is not enough to unleash its power. The Starry Hall can be used for both offense and defense. When attacking, it can trigger the flames on the 5th floor, which can burn gods. You need to cultivate a fire elemental technique called the Star Glaze technique. When defending, the Starry Hall can transform into a star to defend all directions. Similarly, you need to cultivate the Star Glaze technique to be able to defend against the attacks of gods. Defense could withstand the attacks of gods, and attack had the power to kill gods. Yi Xing was very excited. If he could cultivate the Star Glaze technique, wouldn't his strength reach the god level? Yi Xing said excitedly, what about the Star Glaze technique? Where is it kept in the Starry Hall? Why haven't I found it? Mr. Tortoise could not help but touch his forehead and said, Master, the Star Glaze technique is not an ordinary technique. It was obtained by the old master from the Star Secret Realm. Moreover, the old master only had a superficial knowledge of it, not even at the entry level. He could barely move the Starry Hall and unleash the most basic power. If the old master had learned the Star Glaze technique, he would not have been able to be compared to a first Nirvana quasi-god, and he would not have been killed by Xing Chengji and the others. Yi Xing's hot-bloodedness immediately cooled down. He said, so, there is no Star Glaze technique? Although I can control the Star Palace, I can't use it to attack, nor can I use it to defend. Isn't that completely useless? Mr. Tortoise thought for a while and said, it's not completely useless. The Starry Hall is incomparably sturdy. Even if you can't unleash its power, just as a hard weapon, it has boundless power and can smash someone to death. Moreover, if the master encounters a strong enemy, he can also hide in the Starry Hall. Even a quasi-god can't destroy the Starry Hall. In the Starry Hall, your defense can be considered invincible. Yi Xing nodded slightly. What Mr. Tortoise said made sense. However, after thinking carefully, Yi Xing felt that something was wrong. He said, Mr. Tortoise, can't others snatch the Starry Hall and forcibly refine it? Oh. Mr. Tortoise nodded and said, "If other martial artists want to refine the Starry Hall, they have to at least defeat my will first. I, Mr. Tortoise, have lived for so long. I'm not someone who can be shaken by the will of a mere king. Only experts above the quasi-god level have the possibility of forcibly refining the Starry Hall." Now, Yi Xing was clear in his heart. The Starry Hall could only be considered safe against martial artists below the quasi-god level. If he encountered an enemy of the quasi-god level, then there was no need to hide in the Starry Hall. It was better to escape as far as possible. Yi Xing sighed and said, "The Star Mystery Realm is located in the Dark Star Continent. It seems that only by reaching the Dark Star Continent can one enter the Star Mystery Realm and have the hope of obtaining the Star Glaze technique. The Star Mystery Realm could only be entered by martial artists above the 9-star king level. The method left behind by Luo Tiangong could directly send people into the Star Mystery Realm. After Yi Xing became a 9-star king, he could deal with it together." Yi Xing left the Starry Hall. With a thought, the Starry Hall shrunk and fell into his palm. Without the Starry Hall, the fallen Star Mystery Realm lost its power. The formations and restrictions dissipated directly, leaving only the sea of fire formed by the outer flame. The situation in the Star Continent changed. The Great Yuan dynasty was destroyed, and the remnants were hunted down by the Dark Star sect. Some martial artists whose hands were stained with the blood of the Dark Star sect's martial artists were all eliminated. At the same time, some forces that were once oppressed by the Great Yuan dynasty took advantage of the situation and began to encircle and annihilate the disciples of the Meng royal family. The Meng family was originally the #1 family in the Star Continent. Now that everyone wanted to kill them, they had no choice but to conceal their identity and completely disappear from the stage of the Star Continent. The Dark Star sect's power was like the sky, and all the forces in the world submitted to them. A new dynasty, the Dark Star dynasty, was established. Yi Xing did not pay attention to all of this. He only borrowed the power of the Dark Star sect to collect the ancient books on formations in the world. He used his super brain to scan them and then compared them with the ancient books he obtained in the Heavenly Bao continent. As he cultivated, he studied formations, waiting for the disaster of the human race in the Star Continent to arrive. Chapter 844. The stronger Yi Xing was, the greater the benefits of devouring Yi Xing's flesh and blood would be. With Yi Xing's strength, devouring him was no different from devouring a 7-star king. However, there wasn't even a mid-step king on the Star Continent. Devouring a 7-star king was simply an extravagant hope. However, with Yi Xing, this extravagant hope became hope. King Wuba was naturally pleasantly surprised. A large number of dead spirits lived in the death realm of the Star Continent. King Wuba was the strongest expert in this realm. Among the 4 7-star death spirit kings, his strength was undoubtedly the strongest. Even if the 3 7-star death spirit kings, King Wu Gu, King Ha Ling, and King Zada joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for King Wuba. Therefore, although Yi Xing's strength surprised King Wuba, he still had full confidence in killing Yi Xing. Seeing that King Ha Ling and King Zadu were in a dangerous situation under Yi Xing's attack, King Wuba suddenly attacked. King Wuba's figure was like the wind, drifting behind Yi Xing in an instant. The green hair on his body shone brightly, and his aura instantly erupted. Xiao, blue fingernails grew out of King Wuba's 5 fingers. Like sharp blades, they suddenly shot towards the back of Yi Xing's head. King Wuba's sudden attack on Yi Xing wasn't inferior to Yi Xing's previous attack on King Ha Ling and King Zadu. It was also unpredictable and hard to guard against. Yi Xing was very clear about King Wuba's sneak attack. However, Yi Xing didn't guard against it in advance, nor did he dodge. Instead, he allowed King Wuba's attack to come. Bang! With a loud explosion, the power of King Wuba's attack was so terrifying that even Vajra mysterious iron would be smashed to pieces. Yi Xing's head also exploded. The martial artists of the Star Continent all cried out in alarm, their expressions instantly turning into terror. The strength that Yi Xing had erupted with was beyond the expectations of the martial artists. The martial artists had already regarded Yixing as their only hope to contend against the undead army. Now, Yixing's head had been smashed by King Wuba, and all the warriors turned pale in an instant. Once Yixing died, their flesh and blood would soon be devoured by the King of Death Spirit and turned into human skeletons. Even the Black Biao King's expression changed at this moment. Only Wei Qingxian, who knew that Yixing had constructed a supreme-grade imperial body and possessed an immortal body, remained calm. Yixing's head exploded, but he did not die instantly as the warriors had imagined. Instead, as his head exploded, he instantly turned around and grabbed Wu Baowang's wrist. Although he did not have a head, Yixing's strength did not change. He grabbed Wu Baowang's wrist and swung it. Wu Baowang and Yixing instantly changed directions. Yixing had suffered such a serious injury, but he did not die. This was beyond King Wuba's expectations, so he naturally relaxed his guard at this moment. Just as the two of them changed directions, Yixing also put his 5 fingers together and thrust them towards Wu Baowang's chest. 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao, the power of the vermilion bird's celestial phase, the power of the arrow intent, and all kinds of forces gathered in this thrust, making it not only powerful, but also had a terrifying penetrating power. Bang! Yixing's 5 fingers struck Wu Baowang's chest, and as if he had struck a piece of fine steel, a loud explosion rang out. Wu Baowang's body instantly shot backwards, and a fist-sized dent appeared on his chest because of Yixing's thrust, but in the end, it did not reveal the corpse jade. In the blink of an eye, Wu Baowang hit the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, the flesh on Yixing's neck wriggled, and a head grew out. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Yixing's head was first blown up, and then it grew out. On the other hand, Wu Baowang was sent flying by Yixing's thrust, and his corpse jade almost fell out and he died. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. His head could grow back after it was gone, and this completely subverted their understanding. In the history of the Star Land, the genius kings had at most built a middle-grade imperial body. How could they know the mysteries of a top-grade imperial body? Yixing secretly sighed in pity. Wu Baowang's body was even stronger than a middle-grade dark weapon. Otherwise, the blow just now would have brought out his corpse jade and killed him. However, Yixing had already expected that this blow might not be able to kill Wu Baowang. Therefore, when he attacked, he changed the direction of Wu Baowang's body. This blow did not kill Wu Baowang, but it also sent him into the formation area. Just like Haling King and Jiadu King, he was surrounded by layers of formations. Wu Baowang. Haling King and Jiadu King's figures flashed and arrived at the place where Wu Baowang had fallen. Even Wu Baowang had suffered a loss in the hands of this 3-star king. They were shocked. Wu Baowang instantly stood up and touched the dent on his chest. Wu Baowang was also scared, and his heart was filled with anger. With his strength, if he did not think that Yixing was dead and let his guard down, he would not have been hit in the chest by Yixing and almost lost his life. Wu Baowang's empty eyes stared at Yixing and said, "You have built a top-grade imperial body, and have an immortal body. Good, very good. Devouring your flesh and blood is better than devouring the flesh and blood of 10 7-star kings. No, 100 of them." Yixing smiled faintly. Now that Wu Baowang had entered the formation, he could not escape from the palm of his hand. Yixing smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you are now a turtle in a jar. Ha, you can't even save your own life, and you still want to eat me?" Wu Baowang snorted coldly and said, "You are indeed very strong, but you are still no match for me. I was too careless just now. Do you think you can trap me with these formations? Humph. In at most 10 breaths of time, I'll be able to completely destroy all of these formations and break them clean." Yixing smiled and said, 10 breaths? Enough to kill you." As he spoke, a ray of starlight shot up into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow. Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, and his aura soared again, and his strength increased greatly. The power of the Sagittarius constellation and the power of the arrow complemented each other, forming a terrifying penetrating power. Even the devil's face formed by the power of the 100,000 undead army was affected by this penetrating power and showed signs of collapsing. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Wuba Wang's face changed greatly. Constellation. You have been hiding your strength? Wuba Wang's voice suddenly became a little frightened. If he had known that Yixing was so powerful, he would have chosen to retreat and run away. He would first enjoy the flesh and blood of other creatures instead of fighting such a powerful existence head-on. Wuba Wang suddenly let out a shrill scream and roared, "Guguha!" Only the undead king, who had grown to stage 5 and condensed his spiritual will into a soul, would have a strong subjective consciousness. The undead spirits below stage 5 had no fear and would absolutely obey the orders of their superiors. As soon as Wuba Wang gave the order, the 100,000 undead army immediately rushed over. Even the undead king, who had a strong subjective consciousness and was used to Wuba Wang's orders, also rushed over while screaming. Chapter 845. Seeing that Yixing had used the constellations, King Wuba knew that he was no match for him. If he wasn't restrained by the formation, with his sturdy body, King Wuba believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. However, he was now trapped by the formation. Even if it was just a level 5 formation that he didn't think highly of, it had become his prison, restricting his movements. King Wuba had just experienced how strong Yixing's attacks were. Now that Yixing had used the Sagittarius constellation, his strength had increased greatly, and it was enough to threaten King Wuba's life. If King Wuba tried to break the formation, he would have to face Yixing's fatal attack. If he didn't break the formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he continued to defend, he would lose his life. He was caught in a dilemma. Therefore, King Wuba immediately ordered the undead army to attack. At the same time, King Wuba also ordered King Haling and King Zada to break through with all their strength, while he fought Yixing with all his strength to buy time. There were 2 7-star undead kings inside, and 100,000 undead army outside. It wouldn't take too long to break these level 5 formations. Therefore, as long as they delayed Yixing for a while, they would be able to escape once the formation was broken. King Wuba couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in his heart. As long as he could escape this calamity, there would be a large amount of flesh and blood in this world for him to enjoy. He didn't believe that there would be a second person on this continent who was as heaven-defying as this young man in front of him. The undead army's roars shook heaven and earth. The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up. Everything was within his expectations. In the past 6 months, he had set up dozens of level 5 formations. Among them, there were bewildering formations, illusion formations, and trapping formations. Each formation was enough to trap a 6-star king. With dozens of formations, even a 7-star king would need some time to break them. Yixing was very confident that his opponent wouldn't have enough time. In Yixing's view, the 100,000 undead army charging over was just walking right into a trap. If the army of 100,000 dead spirits scattered and fled, Yixing wouldn't be able to split himself into 2, and the number of martial arts experts on the Star Continent was limited. It would be really difficult to chase after them. If they rushed into the area of the formation he had set up, he could use the formation to trap them and kill them all. Yixing drew his golden flame bow, and a black flame arrow condensed and shot out. Sharp claws grew out of King Wuba's 10 fingers, and his strength exploded to the limit as he grabbed at the black flame arrow. The sharp claws collided with the arrow, and sparks flew everywhere. King Wuba's body was pushed back, and he crashed into the light shield of the formation. He was at an absolute disadvantage. However, as a 7-star Death Spirit King, his body was extremely sturdy. Even though the impact was heavy, he was completely fine. Wuba King was still lively as he bellowed, "Although your attack is strong, it can't do anything to this king. When this king escapes, I will definitely slaughter all the humans I see on this continent." Hee. Human, you are very strong, but so what? You can't stop this king. Yixing laughed and said, "Who says I can't stop you? As soon as his voice fell, Yixing used another kind of astrology. The black hole astrology appeared and formed a dark world in an instant, enveloping King Wuba, King Haling, and King Zadu. Suddenly, it was pitch black in front of them, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. The three Death Spirit Kings were shocked, and King Haling even exclaimed, "What's going on? I can't see anything." At this moment, the army of dead spirits had already entered the area of the formation. Layers of formations were activated one after another. Some were illusory formations, which made the dead spirits fall into an illusory world. Some were trapping formations, which trapped the dead spirits in the light shield of the formation. Don't let these dead spirits escape. Kill them while they are trapped in the formation. King He Biao bellowed. Yixing had already discussed with him that when the army of dead spirits fell into the formation, it would be the time for the warriors of the Star Continent to attack. As long as they didn't enter the area of the formation, they wouldn't be affected by the formation, and the warriors could attack from a distance. Everyone, be careful. Don't enter the formation. Wei Qingxian was the fastest. She rushed to the front and slapped with her palm. The white-cold Gang Qi instantly froze a few thousand meters. Except for the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, the rest of the dead spirits were all frozen. Behind Wei Qingxian, the attacks of the kings and venerables covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the frozen dead spirits. The ice crystals shattered, and the bodies of the fourth-level green-haired dead spirits were shattered into pieces like the ice crystals. The corpse jades fell out of their bodies directly. As for the fifth-level green-haired dead spirits, their bodies were much sturdier. The shattering of the ice crystals only caused partial damage to their bodies. Some had their arms and legs cracked, some had their heads cracked, and some had their bodies cracked. However, as long as the corpse jades were still there, they could still move. When the formation was in operation, there were obvious light shields of the formation in the void. The warriors were outside the area of the formation, and they attacked from a distance. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 green-haired dead spirits were killed. King Wuba, King Haling, and King Zada were trapped in the dark world. The first thing they did was to protect their chests. For the dead spirits, the corpse jades on their chests were their only weakness. Whoosh! A pair of blue wings appeared behind Yixing. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly rushed into the layers of formations that surrounded the 3 7-star dead spirit kings. The other party was defending their chests with all their strength. Yixing could only break through in close combat. Yixing's speed was too fast. In the dark world, the dead spirits' reactions were slightly slower. Yixing appeared beside King Haling in an instant. Before King Haling could react, Yixing grabbed his wrist and flung him hard. Yixing's fling was so powerful that King Haling's body flew up. He lost his center of gravity, and the other claw that was protecting his chest suddenly moved away. Whoosh! Yixing's other hand closed together like a bird's beak, and he suddenly raised it. His fingertips shone brightly. Like an arrow, it contained a terrifying penetrating power and fiercely shot into King Haling's chest. The power of this shot was too terrifying, especially when it contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation. Its penetrating power was even more terrifying. Kacha! King Haling's chest instantly shattered. Yixing's 5 fingers pierced into King Haling's chest. When he came out, Yixing's 5 fingers had already grabbed a piece of white stone as smooth as jade. It was King Haling's corpse jade. Without the corpse jade, King Haling's body instantly lost its source of power and became uncontrollable. "I'm going to take your body." King Haling's soul roared angrily, and rushed into Yixing's body in the blink of an eye. The spiritual will of the 7-star dead spirit king wanted to seize Yixing's body. However, when King Haling's soul appeared in the space between Yixing's eyebrows, what greeted him was a pale flame, the starfire seed. This was simply throwing himself into a trap. The starfire seed instantly enveloped King Haling's soul, leaving only mournful screams. However, the screams that occurred in the space between Yixing's eyebrows could not be heard by outsiders. "King Haling, how are you?" King Zadu shouted anxiously. He was terrified. Chapter 846. King Haling said, he wants you to accompany him. As soon as King Jadu's voice fell, Yixing's voice sounded from beside him. In the dark world, Yixing came and went without a trace, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Although King Jadu was a level 7 Death Spirit King, he didn't know where Yixing was. All of a sudden, King Jadu heard Yixing's voice, which startled him. Boom! King Jadu's reaction was extremely fast. Although he was shocked, he wasn't careless in his actions. As soon as he heard Yixing's voice, he punched out. The void collapsed and the space of the world of darkness shook. A giant fist shadow appeared in front of him. It had the power to destroy mountains. This fist shadow flashed and disappeared. It didn't hit Yixing. Moreover, the world of darkness was too vast. Although the fist energy was strong, it could only shake this space. It couldn't destroy the world of darkness. King Jadu's attack missed. He was horrified and cursed inwardly. Whoosh! At this time, a sharp sound broke through the air behind King Jadu. By the time King Zadu heard the sound, it was already too late. A terrifying penetrative power struck his back, directly breaking through his sturdy body. In the blink of an eye, the corpse jade at his heart was pulled out. King Jadu lost control of his body. King Wuba, save me! King Jadu's soul rushed out of his body and screamed. Just now, King Haling had wanted to take over Yixing's body. But looking at Yixing's lively appearance, King Haling had failed. Although King Jadu didn't know why King Haling had failed, he didn't dare to try. He didn't want to walk the same path as King Haling. However, although King Jadu was cautious, not taking over Yixing's body didn't mean there was no danger. Yixing's speed was as fast as lightning. He shuttled through the world of darkness and easily caught up with King Jadu's soul. Whoosh! A pale white flame suddenly appeared. Yixing slapped it into King Jadu's soul. Ah! King Zadu immediately let out a miserable shriek. Fire seed! It's the fire seed! King Wuba, save me, save me! Under the burning of the star flame, King Jadu's screams became weaker and weaker. King Wuba couldn't even protect himself. Naturally, he couldn't save King Jadu. Furthermore, after hearing King Zadu's words, King Wuba's heart was filled with fear. The fire seed was a treasure that naturally countered soul bodies. At the beginning, he thought that even if his body was destroyed, his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to his soul. However, from the looks of it now, even his soul body wouldn't be able to escape death. King Zadu was still letting out weak screams. King Wuba said loudly, "Human, please let me live. I swear that I will lead my army back to the world of death and never step into this world of living creatures again." By the time King Wuba finished speaking, King Zadu had already lost his voice. His soul had been incinerated by the star fire seed. In the dark world, King Wuba was vigilant, waiting for Yixing's answer. "I don't believe you. Since you've come to the star continent, don't even think about leaving. So, you'd better die." Yixing's voice came from all directions of the dark world. Sometimes it came from the left, sometimes it came from the right, sometimes it came from the front, and sometimes it came from the back. Obviously, when Yixing was talking, he was moving quickly in the dark world. King Wuba couldn't determine Yixing's location. Yixing's answer was not the answer that King Wuba wanted to hear. He immediately became somewhat agitated. King Wuba became excited and shouted, "Human, do you really want to fight to the death? If I die, my army of 100,000 will definitely scatter and flee. No matter how strong you are, how many can you kill? There will always be dead souls escaping. At that time, the human clan will no longer have a peaceful day. While you're still alive, you may be able to protect the human clan from extinction. But after 1,000 years, when your lifespan is up, this world of living creatures will be massacred by my dead soul clan. The human clan will definitely perish. As long as you let me go, I can lead my army back to the world of death with a single order. The human clan will be safe and sound. Human clan. Do you want this world to be safe and sound, or do you want the human clan to perish and the dead souls to massacre the world in the future? Yi Xing smiled coldly. What King Wuba said was indeed a big problem. However, Yi Xing had the void-breaking divine eyes, so he could see everything in this world. Even if there were dead souls who were lucky enough to escape from the war and lurk in the star continent, they couldn't escape Yi Xing's eyes. Only when I catch all of you dead souls in one fell swoop can the human clan be truly safe and sound. King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu are waiting for you on the road to the underworld. You should go with them. Yi Xing's voice rang out. At the same time, a black flame arrow shot through the void toward King Wuba. The black flame arrow shuttled through the dark world silently. It was not until it was within 100 meters of King Wuba that King Wuba sensed that a terrifying attack was coming at him. At such a short distance, even if King Wuba had sensed it, it was already too late. He couldn't dodge it and could only block it. King Wuba's strength was much stronger than King Ha Ling and King Zadu, and his reaction was also much faster. His sharp claws flashed and collided with the black flame arrow in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion and sparks flew. King Wuba's finger was broken, and his body flew backward. The black flame arrow was blocked by King Wuba. A broken finger was nothing to King Wuba. However, Yi Xing's attack wasn't just this arrow. Whoosh! As King Wuba flew backward, Yi Xing's second attack followed. His 5 fingers closed together and his fingertips shot out like arrows toward King Wuba's chest. Bang! King Wuba covered his chest with one hand, blocking Yi Xing's attack and breaking another finger. At the same time, King Wuba's other claw swept out. It was like a sharp blade, sweeping toward Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing was lurking in the dark world, so King Wuba didn't know where Yi Xing was. However, the two of them were fighting in close combat, so King Wuba could naturally accurately determine Yi Xing's position. Although Yi Xing's attack power was stronger, his physical body was not as strong as King Wuba's. His head naturally couldn't withstand King Wuba's attack. Yi Xing's other hand swept out to block King Wuba's attack. His hand that was attacking King Wuba's chest continued to attack rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Yi Xing's attack power contained the penetrating power of the arrow intent. Its destructive power was too terrifying. Although King Wuba kept blocking, his entire palm was cut off piece by Yi Xing until it completely disappeared. As for the arm that Yi Xing used to block King Wuba's attack, because his physical body wasn't as strong as King Wuba's, it was more serious. Not only was his palm gone, but his entire arm was also cut into pieces by King Wuba's sharp claws. King Wuba had lost a palm, while Yi Xing had lost an entire arm. It seemed that Yi Xing's loss was more serious. However, for Yi Xing, who had an immortal body, the result was the opposite. After a fierce exchange, Yi Xing immediately retreated and sneaked into the dark world. His flesh and blood wriggled, and the destroyed arm immediately grew out. As for King Wuba, although his body was strong, he had lost as much as he had lost. If he wanted to regrow it, he would need a large amount of flesh and blood energy to replenish it, and it would also take a long time. Yi Xing recovered from his injuries. He pulled the golden flame bow in the distance and first shot an arrow to repel King Wuba. Then, he instantly rushed forward and launched a storm of attacks on King Wuba. This time, King Wuba had lost a palm, so his defense was greatly weakened. He could no longer resist Yi Xing's attacks. In the blink of an eye, his chest was pierced by Yi Xing, and his corpse jade was dug out. Chapter 847. As soon as the corpse jade was dug out, King Wuba's soul left his body. With layers of restrictions, King Wuba's soul had nowhere to run. He could only scream and rush toward Yi Xing, "I'm going to fight you to the death. You'll die with me." As soon as he finished speaking, King Wuba's soul rushed into Yi Xing's body. In the blink of an eye, it reached the space between Yixing's eyebrows. The stellar fire seed had been waiting for King Wuba's soul to fall into the trap in the space between Yixing's eyebrows. King Wuba already knew that Yixing had a fire seed from King Zadu. He knew that his soul would be burned by the stellar fire seed, but King Wuba was not afraid at all. Instead, he roared crazily, "Secret soul technique, explosion." Boom! As soon as King Wuba's voice fell, a terrifying power erupted from his soul, like a bomb exploding. The stellar fire seed had just touched King Wuba's soul when it was pushed away by this explosive force. The soul was intangible, so the explosive force was intangible as well. It did not cause any damage to Yixing's space between his eyebrows. However, the intangible ripples of the explosion rushed toward Yixing's spiritual will. Obviously, the explosive force could only hurt the intangible spiritual will. "I'm going to die. You're going to die too." King Wuba's remaining spiritual will let out a final scream. However, just as the intangible ripples of the explosion approached the spiritual will in the center of the space between his eyebrows, the black hole astrology suddenly moved. It turned into a huge black hole vortex that almost covered the entire space between his eyebrows. The explosive ripples instantly fell into the black hole vortex and were crushed into pieces. They turned into spiritual origin power and were swallowed by the black hole vortex. They became nourishment for Yixing's spiritual will. In the blink of an eye, Yixing felt that his spiritual will had become much stronger. His arrow will had become sharper and showed signs of breaking through to a higher level. If King Wuba's soul hadn't self-destructed using a secret technique, Yixing could only use the star fire seed to incinerate it. He wouldn't have been able to devour it directly. King Wuba had probably never expected such a result. Haling King, Zhadu King, Wuba King, the 3 7-star death spirit kings had died one after another at the hands of Yixing. It was a long story, but in reality, it had only taken a little more than 10 breaths of time. The undead army had just charged into the formation not long ago. The battle with the Star Continent's martial artists had just begun. Furthermore, there were at least 100,000 undead spirits in the army, and they stretched for dozens of li. Only half of them had managed to make it into the formation. Those who were at the back had yet to make it in. As soon as King Wuba died, these dead spirits all sensed it. King Wuba was the absolute ruler of the Death Realm on the Star Continent. He was the only leader. The death of King Wuba had a great impact on the undead army. Even those green-haired dead spirits, who didn't have strong subjective awareness, were frightened. The order and restraint of King Wuba faded with his death. A large number of green-haired dead spirits turned around and began to flee out of fear. As for the Death Spirit Kings, who had strong subjective awareness, of course, they were even more aware of the danger. Even King Wuba had been killed. How could these Death Spirit Kings be a match for him? Of course, they also wanted to flee. However, the green-haired dead spirits at the back had not yet been trapped in the formation, so they could escape. As for the green-haired dead spirits trapped in the formation, the green-haired Death Spirit Kings couldn't escape even if they wanted to. After killing King Wuba, Yixing immediately attacked the other Death Spirit Kings, especially the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. Except for Wei Qingxian and Black Biao King, the other martial artists' attacks couldn't cause any harm to the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. There were many middle-level Death Spirit Kings. They wanted to break out of the formation with all their strength. These formations couldn't hold them for too long, so they had to seize the opportunity to kill them. Not to mention that killing one of them would reduce the danger to the human race, just the corpse jades in their chests were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. Those were treasures that could allow even King Realm cultivators to rapidly increase their cultivation. To deal with a 7-star Death Spirit King, even if it was just an ordinary Death Spirit King like King Haling and King Zadu, Yixing had to spend some effort. Dealing with a middle-level Death Spirit King was much easier. Yixing rushed into the middle-level Death Spirit Kings like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The world of darkness enveloped them, and they all became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yixing was as fast as a phantom, shuttling back and forth in the world of darkness. Wherever he passed, the chests of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings were shattered, and their corpse jades were dug out. As for the souls of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, they didn't have any actual attacking power, so they couldn't break the formation. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to kill them. First, he killed the middle-level Death Spirit Kings whose bodies were still alive. There were over 5,000 Death Spirit Kings, and most of them were low-level Death Spirit Kings. While Yixing was slaughtering the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxian was also slaughtering the low-level Death Spirit Kings. Her icy aura combined with the attacks of the other kings killed a large number of them. As for the souls of the low-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxuan's reincarnation light could easily kill them. Now that Wei Qingxian was a 3-star king, it was much easier for her to use the reincarnation light than when she was a 1-star king. She could use it many times in a row. Furthermore, the reincarnation light had many levels. The higher the level, the more powerful it was, and the more energy it consumed. Killing the souls of low-level Death Spirit Kings only required the lowest level of reincarnation light. With Wei Qingxuan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to use it hundreds of times in a row. Although there were a lot of undead creatures, when one's strength reached the king level, numbers weren't the key factor in a battle. The battle between the strongest was the real key to a battle. The strongest of the undead creatures had been killed by Yixing. The result of this battle was naturally a great victory for the human race. While Yixing was killing the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, he also used his void-breaking god eye to observe the distance. He found that most of the green-furred undead creatures had fled into the depths of the Sea of Black prison. Clearly, they wanted to escape back to the world of death. However, there were also some who left the group after escaping into the Sea of Black prison. These green-furred undead creatures took a detour and headed towards the Star Continent from other directions. Clearly, they had already developed intelligence and weren't willing to give up on the delicious flesh of the living world. Yixing immediately transmitted his voice to the Black Tiger King, telling him the location of these green-furred undead creatures and asking him to lead a group of kings to intercept them. Along the Sea of Black prison, Ling Daochen had set up many teleportation formations that could be used to reach any area on the edge of the Sea of Black prison. With the information provided by Yixing, the Black Tiger King immediately led a group of kings to intercept the green-furred undead creatures that were trying to enter the Star Continent from other places. With Yixing's void-breaking eye monitoring, naturally, no undead creatures were able to cross the line of defense. As time passed, the Death Spirit King gradually fell, and the battle came to an end. In the end, all the undead creatures trapped in the formation were annihilated. The Death Spirit King's soul was also annihilated. Yixing obtained a large amount of mystic corpse jades. Chapter 848. A high risk meant a high reward. The invasion of the dead spirits was a great calamity, but it was also a great opportunity. If they couldn't deal with the army of dead spirits, it would be a great disaster. If they could, it would be a great opportunity. More than half of the army of dead spirits that invaded the Star Continent had fallen, and a small portion had escaped back to the world of death. Every dead spirit had a corpse jade on them. This meant that the martial artists of the Star Continent had obtained tens of thousands of profound great corpse jades, which had a great effect on the strength of venerables and kings. Among them, the one with the greatest harvest was Yixing. Most of the mid-level Death Spirit Kings had died in Yixing's hands, so their corpse jades were naturally obtained by Yixing. Other than Yixing, the one with the most corpse jades was Wei Qingxian. Most of the low-level Death Spirit Kings had died in her hands. The rest of the martial artists had more or less gained something. After experiencing such an opportunity, the strength of the human race of the Star Continent increased rapidly. A large number of 9th-star venerables had broken through to the Star Sea realm and became kings because of the corpse jades. The Star Continent ushered in a true peak of martial arts, and the number of kings exceeded that of any previous era. Another year had passed, and it had been 6 years on the Dark Star. This was the 14th year since Yixing had come to the Star Continent. After his 29th birthday, his cultivation had increased rapidly because of the corpse jades. He and Wei Qingxian had both broken through to the 4th level of the Star Sea realm and become mid-level kings. This time, the spatial fluctuations in the Sea of Black Prison lasted for more than half a year before calming down. The passage between the world of death and the world of death was finally cut off. The threat of the world of death was finally eliminated. According to the usual practice, the next invasion of the dead spirits would have to wait for at least tens of thousands of years. Yixing's strength had already reached the peak of the Star Continent, and he was absolutely invincible. Now that there were no more threats on the Star Continent, it was time to head to the Starry Crescent Continent. Star Continent, Western Continent, Far West Land. High up in the sky above a barren desert, there was a huge spatial whirlpool. Outside the spatial whirlpool, Yixing, Wei Qingxian, and the Black Biao King stood together. Brother Yixing, I really want to go to Starry Crescent Land with you. The Black Biao King looked at Yixing and said, unfortunately, the Dark Star Dynasty has just been established, and its foundation is not stable yet. Many of the kings still have the idea of restoring the old system and calling themselves kings. I have no choice but to sit in the center and intimidate the world. Sigh. After absorbing the corpse jade, the Black Biao King's cultivation base improved. Just like Yixing and Wei Qingxian, he was already a 4-star king level expert. This was the cultivation limit of the Star Continent. With the Black Biao King's strength, he could naturally reach the Starry Crescent Land through the spatial channel between the continents. However, in order to prevent the Starry Crescent Land from falling into chaos and reverting to the old system, the Black Biao King chose to stay and stabilize the foundation of the Dark Star Dynasty. Yixing patted the Black Biao King's arm and said, Brother Black Biao, with your strength, you can go to the Starry Crescent Land at any time. However, the Starry Crescent Land is a place where the 7 forces are fighting for supremacy. The demigods stand at the peak of the martial path, and the emperors roam the world. Brother Black Biao, you will not be as carefree as you are on the Starry Crescent Land. Qingxian and I are going to the Dark Star Continent, and the Starry Crescent Land is a place we must pass through. Moreover, I have a grudge against the Starry Crescent Land, so I have to go there. The Black Biao King said, it's lonely at the top. Once you and Qingxian leave, I will be invincible in the Starry Crescent Land. Ha! Yixing smiled and said, if Brother Black Biao comes to the Starry Crescent Land in the future, you can come to the Big Dipper Sword sect to look for me. If I am still on the Starry Crescent Land, we might meet again in the future. Yixing took out the Big Dipper Sword sect's token that he had obtained when he represented the Big Dipper Sword sect in the Dark Star Godly Palace's disciple selection and handed it to the Black Biao King. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Black Biao, farewell. The Black Biao King nodded and said, take care. Farewell. Wei Qingxian nodded slightly towards the Black Tiger King, and together with Yixing, they headed towards the passage at the center of the spatial whirlpool. As soon as they entered the spatial vortex, a sharp aura rushed toward them. The void in the spatial vortex was extremely unstable, and some of the void currents were as sharp as blades. They were not inferior to the attacks of low-step kings. There were even some extremely powerful wind blades that were comparable to 4-star kings. If one did not have the strength of a peak 4-star king, entering the spatial vortex would mean certain death. However, such attacks were like tickles to Yixing and Wei Qingxian. They could not even break through their protective astral qi. The two of them flew through the spatial vortex at extreme speed without any obstructions. About 2 hours later, they finally reached the end of the spatial vortex. The spacious spatial vortex had finally shrunk to a point, and a powerful repulsive force squeezed Yixing and Wei Qingxian out. The two of them appeared in the sky. Yixing looked behind him, but there was no trace of the spatial vortex. The spatial vortex was nowhere to be found. Yixing opened his divine void breaker eye and barely discovered the spatial vortex. Through this spatial vortex, he could vaguely see the scene on the other side of the spatial vortex. Yixing's divine void breaker eye had only been cultivated to the 1st level. Even though he was passing through the spatial vortex, the scene he saw was still very blurry. The spatial vortex was extremely small, and the repulsive force was only outward, not inward. Even a quasi-god expert could not force his way in. It was no wonder that martial artists could only go from the star continent to the starry crescent land. If one wanted to enter the spatial vortex from the star continent, one would need to have the strength of a true god. Yi Xing looked down at the land below. It was also a vast desert. He used his divine void breaker eye to observe the surroundings and quickly determined that this was the desert where the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples. Wei Qingxian looked around and felt the astral energy in the void. She said, "The astral energy of a mid-level continent is indeed much stronger than that of a low-level continent. In the star continent, our cultivation was suppressed, and we could not break through to the 5-star king level. But in the starry crescent land, we feel much more relaxed." Yi Xing smiled and nodded. His divine void breaker eye continued to penetrate the void and look into the distance. Gradually, Yi Xing's expression changed. Yi Xing's gaze landed on the Big Dipper dynasty. In the past, the Big Dipper dynasty had a vast territory and was very powerful. However, the flags of the cities in the Big Dipper dynasty had changed. The Big Dipper dynasty's flag was completely gone. It had become the Astral Elephant dynasty's flag. This meant that the Big Dipper dynasty's cities had been occupied by the Astral Elephant dynasty. This made Yi Xing very angry. His divine void breaker eye continued to penetrate forward. In the Big Dipper dynasty's territory, there was not only the Big Dipper dynasty's flag, but also the Dark Yin dynasty's and Demon Sealing dynasty's flags. There was no Big Dipper dynasty's flag. It was only when Yi Xing's gaze penetrated the Big Dipper Sword sect's capital that he finally saw the Big Dipper dynasty's flag. The Big Dipper Sword sect was left alone. Chapter 849. Noticing the change in Yi Xing's expression, Wei Qingxian asked, "Yi Xing, what's wrong?" Yi Xing looked away and said, "The starry crescent land has changed. Although I expected it, I did not expect it to happen so quickly. In just a few years, the Big Dipper dynasty has fallen apart, and the Big Dipper Sword clan is left with only one city. 6 years ago, when the Dark Star Temple was recruiting disciples on the Starry Crescent land, the Celestial Elephant Palace returned a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death. He became the only second Nirvana quasi-god on the Starry Crescent land and broke the balance that had existed for tens of thousands of years. At that time, Yi Xing knew that the Starry Crescent land was going to change drastically. However, the Big Dipper Sword sect was a 4-star sect with tens of thousands of years of history. Yi Xing didn't expect the world to change so drastically in just 6 years. Even the Big Dipper city only had the inner city in the hands of the Big Dipper Sword sect. The outer city had also fallen. In the outer city, Yi Xing saw 3 quasi-gods. They were Xing Qingji of the Star Elephant Palace, Feng Hao of the Demon Sealing Valley, and Xian Yuan of the Dark Moon Palace. 6 years ago, when Yi Xing participated in the Dark Star Temple's disciple selection, he saw them. With Yi Xing's photographic memory, he naturally couldn't forget them. The Star Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Moon Palace all had quasi-gods guarding the outer city. There were also many astral sea realm kings. It was clear that the Big Dipper Sword sect was surrounded. In the inner city, the 2 quasi-gods of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, were guarding the sect. Their faces were filled with worry. Clearly, they were depressed about the Big Dipper Sword sect's current situation. Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Yin Palace had taken down the entire Big Dipper dynasty. Yi Xing guessed that it was because of the Big Dipper dynasty's tens of thousands of years of accumulated imperial karmic luck. Yi Xing had used the Big Dipper dynasty's name to get a spot in the Dark Star Temple's disciple selection. Moreover, he was Feng Xiaoxiao's best friend. If the Big Dipper Sword sect was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. Yi Xing's expression was solemn as killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Qingxian, let's head to the Big Dipper Sword sect first." Wei Qingxian nodded. Then, the 2 of them flew in the direction of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Along the way, Yixing continued to use his void-breaking god eyes to observe the situation of the other dynasties. The Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace had already fought their way to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's doorstep. Naturally, these three dynasties had nothing to worry about. Yixing's main focus was on the Golden Lion Dynasty, Giant Spirit Dynasty, and Moon Severing Dynasty. The Golden Lion Dynasty hadn't changed much, and the quasi-god Jin Hongqing hadn't returned to the Golden Lion sect. The Golden Lion sect didn't have a quasi-god overseeing it, but it hadn't been attacked by Celestial Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, or any other forces. There could only be one result: the Golden Lion sect had sided with these three forces. When Yixing observed the Giant Spirit Dynasty, he confirmed this point. Jin Hongqing was attacking the Giant Spirit Dynasty with the help of Celestial Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley. Like the Big Dipper Sword sect, the Giant Spirit Dynasty only existed in name. Only the inner city of the royal capital was still under their control. At this moment, the two Nirvana quasi-god of Celestial Elephant Palace, Star Silver Death, and the quasi-god of Demon Ceiling Valley, Feng Nongying, were leading many kings to attack the inner city of the Giant Spirit Dynasty. The quasi-god of the Giant Spirit Dynasty, Lu Zhenghong, was controlling the dragon providence of the Giant Spirit Dynasty. He was fighting against the three quasi-gods, Star Silver Death, Feng Nongying, and Jin Hongqing. The dragon luck of the Giant Spirit Dynasty was a giant blue dragon that was thousands of feet long. It occupied the sky above the inner city of the Giant Spirit Dynasty and was very powerful. It wasn't at a disadvantage against Star Silver Death and Feng Nongying. However, the dragon luck of the dynasty wasn't endless. The Giant Spirit Dynasty only existed in name and had lost its source of dragon luck. Star Silver Death, Feng Nongying, and Jin Hongqing couldn't break through the dragon luck of the Giant Spirit Dynasty, but their goal was to exhaust it. When the dragon luck of the Giant Spirit Dynasty was exhausted to a certain extent and its power weakened, they could break through and destroy the Giant Spirit sect in one fell swoop. However, the dragon luck of the dynasty had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years and was extremely abundant. It probably couldn't be exhausted in a short time. The Moon Beheading Dynasty's situation was the same as the Big Dipper Sword sects. They only had the inner city of the royal capital left. The quasi-god of Celestial Elephant Palace, Xing Yuehong, and the quasi-god of Demon Ceiling Valley, Feng Shaoyuan, were guarding the inner city. The Moon Beheading sect couldn't even take care of itself. All in all, the seven forces of the Starry Crescent land were now divided into two camps. On one side were the Celestial Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, and Golden Lion sect. On the other side were the Big Dipper Sword sect, Giant Spirit sect, and Moon Severing sect. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the Big Dipper Sword sect, Giant Spirit sect, and Moon Severing sect. The other four forces' strategy was to first besiege the Big Dipper Sword sect and Moon Severing sect, then attack the Giant Spirit sect with all their strength. Even the dynasty forces of the Starry Crescent land would take about 100 years to exhaust their dragon luck. The seven dynasties of the Starry Crescent land were all stronger than the dynasties of the Starry Crescent land and had existed for a longer time. The dragon luck they had accumulated would definitely be more abundant. Naturally, it would take a longer time for the dragon luck to dissipate. It might take more than 100 years or even 200 years for the Giant Spirit Dynasty's dragon luck to dissipate. However, if someone could resist the power of the dragon luck and keep attacking, the dragon luck would be exhausted at a rate 10 times faster than it would dissipate naturally. The dragon luck that would normally take 1 or 200 years to dissipate might dissipate in 10 or 20 years. The seven forces of the Starry Crescent land all had warriors cultivating in the Dark Star Godly Palace. Every 100 years, someone would come back from the Dark Star Godly Palace. Obviously, Star Silver Death and the others didn't want the war to drag on for too long. They wanted to destroy the Big Dipper Sword sect, Moon Severing sect, and Giant Spirit sect within 100 years. Then, after 100 years, even if the three sects had incredible geniuses who came back from the Dark Star Godly Palace, they wouldn't be able to turn the situation around without a foundation. If things went according to plan, the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Moon Severing Sect, and Giant Spirit Sect would probably be destroyed within 100 years. However, with the unexpected appearance of Yixing, the result was uncertain. Big Dipper Sword Sect. Great Emperor Vast Sky was cultivating in a treasured land filled with astral power. Although the astral power here was abundant and beneficial to the cultivation of the dynasty, it was of little use to a 9-star king. However, the Big Dipper Sword Sect was in danger. Great Emperor Vast Sky wanted to break through to the Star Nirvana realm and become a quasi-god. There was no treasured land in the Big Dipper Sword Sect that could help people break through to the quasi-god realm. Therefore, he could only cultivate in a place filled with astral power. Suddenly, Great Emperor Vast Sky sensed a message from his communication bead. He stopped cultivating and took out his communication bead to check. His face immediately turned to shock. It was a message from Yixing, Sect Master Feng. Junior Yixing has come from the Dark Star Godly Palace to help the Big Dipper Sword Sect out of this predicament. Sect Master, please inform Senior Han Qiu and Senior Jun Yu to meet me in the south of the city. Chapter 850. Vast Heaven Emperor was stunned for a full breath before he came back to his senses. For a 9-star king, it was considered a long time for him to attack 10 to 20 times in a breath. Vast Heaven Emperor was shocked by Yixing's message. After becoming a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, the warriors of the Starry Crescent Land had never returned to the Starry Crescent Land in advance. Only every 100 years, when the Dark Star Temple recruited new disciples, could they pass through the space passage and return to the Starry Crescent Land. However, it had only been 6 years since the last time the Dark Star Holy Palace recruited disciples. Yixing had returned from the Dark Star Holy Palace. How was that possible? Vast Heaven Emperor could not help but be shocked. It was too unbelievable. Only true gods could travel between the Starry Crescent Land. Even quasi-gods had to use the Void-Crossing Divine Boat. However, the cost of using the Void-Crossing Divine Boat to travel between the Starry Crescent Land was shocking. It was no less than the lifetime wealth of an ordinary quasi-god. Yixing's arrival on the Dark Star continent had either been personally escorted by a true god expert or a quasi-god expert using a Void-Crossing Divine Boat. Regardless of which method it was, Great Emperor Vast Heaven found it hard to believe. Vast Heaven Emperor was once an outer disciple of the Dark Star Holy Palace. He naturally knew how high a true god was and how precious a Void-Crossing Divine Boat was. Therefore, Great Monarch Vast Heaven was shocked when he saw Yixing's message. After the shock, he began to doubt the authenticity of the message. After a while, Vast Heaven Emperor's communication pearl sent another message. Sect Leader Feng, I was chosen by a true god elder in the Dark Star Holy Palace and was accepted as a disciple. My master knew that the Big Dipper Sword Sect was in trouble and sent me here to help the Big Dipper Sword Sect. When Yixing saw that Vast Heaven Emperor did not reply, he knew that he was already a disciple of the Dark Star Holy Palace. He should have been in the Dark Star Land. His sudden appearance in the Starry Crescent Land was indeed shocking. It was reasonable for Vast Heaven Emperor to be suspicious. Therefore, Yixing immediately sent another message. Although Yixing was a 4-star king, he could not be compared to a quasi-god. He could not change the situation of the Starry Crescent Land with his own strength. In order to quickly solve the Big Dipper Sword Sect's predicament, the only way was to use the Heavenly Bow Continent's legendary weapon. Yixing's appearance in the Starry Crescent Land was already shocking enough, and now he had a divine artifact. That was even more shocking. Yixing couldn't explain everything one by one, but if he could fabricate a true divinity powerhouse as his master, then everything would make sense. Emperor Vast Sky was excited when he received Yixing's message for the second time. Although he was still doubtful, Yixing's explanation was reasonable enough to convince him. Emperor Vast Heaven immediately reported the news to Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were equally shocked and overjoyed. If what Yixing said was true, then the Big Dipper sword sect would be saved. Feng Hanqiu immediately made a decision and said, Junyue, you will fight your way out of the city with me and deal with Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan. Huang Tian, you will seize the opportunity and go to the south of the city to assist Yixing, Big Dipper City, East City. Suddenly, the void ruptured, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, two first nirvana quasi-gods, emerged from the void. They each took out a divine artifact and charged toward the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace. Ha! After a few wild laughs, the void ruptured in front of Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, and three quasi-gods appeared at the same time. They were Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan. Quasi-gods were able to travel through the void. As quasi-gods, they could sense it. The moment Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue traveled through the void, Xing Qingji and the other two sensed it and immediately intercepted them. Xing Qingji laughed and said, Old Ghost Hanqiu. You want to go to Giant Holy City to help? Ha! No way. Around the Big Dipper City, there was already a reverse teleportation formation. The teleportation formation could not send people out. That was why Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan could bring people to surround the Big Dipper City. Xing Qingji and the other two also took out their divine artifacts at the same time and blocked Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's attacks. 3 against 2, they had the upper hand. However, the three misjudged Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's intentions. They thought that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue wanted to break out of the encirclement and go to Giant Holy City to help. They did not know that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were only trying to attract the attention of the three so that Vast Heaven Great Emperor could go to the south of the city to help Yixing. As soon as the battle in the east of the city began, Vast Heaven Great Emperor sent a message to Yixing and then led people to charge out of the south of the city. The martial artists that Vast Heaven Great Emperor led were all high-level martial emperors. They were all inner elders of the Big Dipper Sword sect. The moment they charged out of the south of the city, they were like a sharp knife that pierced through the blockade formed by the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace. Feng Guangtian, how dare you leave Big Dipper City? You're digging your own grave. Kill. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. A person yelled. It was a 9-star Great Emperor. Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace each had a 9-star Great Emperor. They surrounded Big Dipper City. The anti-teleportation formation they had set up was only targeted at the Big Dipper Sword sect. Their own teleportation formations were unaffected. Teleportation formations were set up all around Big Dipper City. The martial artists of the three major sects could appear anywhere around Big Dipper City in the shortest time possible. Following that, 2 more loud laughs could be heard. The other 9-star Great Sovereign had also arrived. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were hiding outside the south of the city. After receiving Vast Heaven Great Emperor's message, they began to sneak into the city. When they saw that the battle had started, they avoided the area where everyone was fighting and rushed into the inner city. Who's there? A loud yell came from the front. A 7-star Great Emperor flew into the sky and blocked Yixing and Wei Qingxuan's path. This person was wearing Xingxiang Palace's uniform. He should be an inner elder of Xingxiang Palace. Kill! Yixing yelled coldly. Naturally, he would kill anyone from Xingxiang Palace without mercy. Wei Qingxian immediately activated her icy star form and struck out with her palm. Extreme cold chi spread forward like a gale. You're courting death. The 7-star Great Emperor was enraged when he saw that 2 4-star Great Emperors dared to attack him. With a yell, he threw a punch at Wei Qingxian. The fist and palm collided. There was a loud explosion and energy splattered everywhere. The 7-star Great Emperor's expression changed abruptly. The power of the cold chi palm was not weaker than his. What was more terrifying was that the cold chi was like a maggot attached to the bone. It immediately spread to his body through the fist and made him shudder involuntarily. He felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. His body was so cold that he could not keep up with his thoughts. Wu Shixing's arrow intent was attached to his body. He shuttled through the void and instantly appeared in front of the 7-star Great Emperor. He pointed his finger and an arrow shot out. Affected by the cold qi, the 7-star Great Emperor's reaction was greatly slowed. He could only watch as the finger shot towards his head. With a bang, his head exploded. The 7-star Great Emperor died instantly. Chapter 851. With Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian working together, killing a 7-star king was as easy as flipping their hands. It only took them a blink of an eye. Then, without slowing down, the two continued to rush toward the inner city at a speed of 100 miles per breath. The three quasi-gods from Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace were held back by Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. Most of the high-level kings were also attracted by Emperor Vast Sky's team. Therefore, the defense in other areas was naturally weak. The area where Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were was actually guarded by a team of Astral Elephant Palace's kings. The 7-star king was the leader of the team. The other kings were focused on the battle in the distance and didn't react in time. The 7-star king was the first to intercept, but he was instantly killed by Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The other kings didn't dare to stop them and fled in fear, hurriedly reporting to 9-star Emperor. When they finished reporting, 9-star Emperor received the news. In a few breaths' time, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had already flown a few hundred miles and reached the edge of the inner city. Yi Xing and Emperor Vast Sky had been in contact. Although Emperor Vast Sky was fighting with the 9-star Emperor, he had sent a team to meet up with Yi Xing. The two sides had already met up, and Emperor Vast Sky brought Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian into the inner city. Retreat! Emperor Vast Sky ordered. Their goal just now was to attract the attention of the other martial artists. In reality, they hadn't gone too far from the inner city. Now that they were retreating, they quickly retreated into the inner city. The kings from Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace chased to the edge of the inner city but didn't dare to continue. The inner city had a large number of completed level 5 arrays and even incomplete level 6 arrays. Even a first Nirvana quasi-god would be in great trouble if they were caught in them. After the kings retreated into the inner city, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue also retreated. Although the other three quasi-gods had the upper hand, they couldn't stop Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. They could only watch as the two retreated into the inner city. You want to help the giant spirit sect? Ha! In your dreams. Watching Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue disappear, Xing Chengji laughed loudly. At this point, he thought that the Big Dipper Sword sect wanted to break out of the encirclement to reinforce the Great Spirit sect and beat back the Big Dipper Sword sect's martial practitioners. Big Dipper Sword sect, Main Hall. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were brought here by the Big Dipper Sword sect. Soon, Emperor Vast Heaven, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue, two quasi-gods, arrived. There were also more than 10 peerless emperors. Without exception, when they looked at Yi Xing, they were both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Yi Xing cupped his fists and greeted everyone. Senior Hanqiu, Senior Junyu, Sect Master Feng, Elders. Emperor Vast Heaven looked at Yi Xing and said, Yi Xing, have you really been accepted as a disciple by a true god elder? Only then did Emperor Vast Heaven notice Wei Qingxian and ask, who is this? Yi Xing nodded and said, this is my partner, Wei Qingxian. After Wei Qingxian and Emperor Vast Heaven greeted each other, Yi Xing continued, if I hadn't been accepted as a disciple by a true god elder, why would I have returned to the Starry Crescent land? Master sent me back to the Starry Crescent land because he thought I was a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect and wanted me to come back to help my old sect. Secondly, it was also a training for me. He wanted me to cultivate in the Starry Crescent land so that I could return to the Dark Star continent with my own strength in the future. Although Yixing's explanation had a loophole, which was that he couldn't explain why Wei Qingxian had come to the Starry Crescent land with Yixing, everyone was concerned about the safety of the Big Dipper Sword sect and didn't think too much about the truth of Yixing's words. Quasi-god Feng Hanqiu was the most anxious about the safety of the Big Dipper Sword sect, so he urgently asked, "Now, how can we help our sect get out of this predicament?" Yixing smiled and said, "Master told me to bring some treasures. Senior Hanqiu, with these treasures, even if we can't counterattack Xingxiang Palace or Demon Ceiling Valley, we should have no problem restoring the Big Dipper dynasty." The eyes of Emperor Vast Heaven, Feng Hanqiu, Feng Junyue, and the others all brightened. Feng Hanqiu said, "Yixing, you are now a disciple of the Dark Star God Palace and a disciple of a true God expert. You must not call us senior anymore. Just call us senior. What treasures have you brought?" "Okay, senior brother Hanqiu." Yixing nodded and raised his hands. A sword appeared in each of his hands. The moment the swords appeared, their powerful auras made all the martial artists' eyes widen. The two quasi-gods, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, looked at the two swords with bright eyes and cried out in surprise, "Middle-quality divine weapons?" Divine weapons were offensive tools among divine weapons. They were divided into low quality, middle quality, high quality, and supreme quality. Divine weapons were noble, and each grade made a huge difference in power and value. The majority of quasi-gods used low-quality divine weapons. Only powerful quasi-gods at the 4 Nirvana level or higher could easily obtain middle-quality divine weapons. As for high-quality divine weapons, very few quasi-gods possessed them. They were treasures that only true gods possessed. As for supreme-quality divine weapons, they were treasures that even true gods rarely possessed. The 7 factions of the Starry Crescent continent had existed for tens of thousands of years, and they all possessed divine weapons. However, they were the most ordinary low-quality divine weapons. There wasn't a single middle-quality divine weapon. The value of a middle-quality divine weapon wasn't something that a quasi-god who had just entered the Star Nirvana realm could afford. But now, Yixing had taken out middle-quality divine weapons, and 2 of them at once. How could Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue not be shocked? That's right. Middle-quality divine weapons. Yixing nodded and handed the sword in his right hand to Feng Hanqiu. This is the sun-chasing star sword. Its specialty is its speed. It's suitable for senior brother Hanqiu. Then, Yixing handed the sword in his left hand to Feng Junyue. This is the sky-shaking sword. Its specialty is its strength. It's suitable for senior brother Junyue. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue took the swords from Yixing excitedly. Are these really for us? The 2 of them found it hard to believe. They were once core disciples of the Dark Star Temple, so they naturally knew how precious middle-quality divine weapons were. They weren't something that ordinary quasi-gods could possess. Even low-quality divine weapons were extremely precious to first Nirvana quasi-gods, let alone middle-quality divine weapons. The Big Dipper Sword sect would produce a quasi-god every 1,000 years or so. For tens of thousands of years, there were dozens of quasi-gods. However, only 3 of them brought back divine weapons from the Dark Star Temple. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue didn't bring back any divine weapons from the Dark Star Temple. The divine weapons they used were left behind by the predecessors of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Although middle-quality divine weapons were precious, Yixing had many of them. Moreover, sword-type weapons weren't suitable for him. When he became a 9-star king, he could enter the Heavenly Bao continent and obtain all of Luo Tiangong's treasures. He could also enter the Star Secret Realm and obtain the inheritance of Star Supremacy. To Yixing, middle-quality divine weapons weren't too precious. He didn't mind giving them away. Chapter 852. Yixing said, "Of course it's for you too. Middle-grade divine weapons are precious, but they're nothing to my master. You don't have to be so polite." The 2 were overjoyed. Feng Hanqiu said, "Good, good. With this sun-chasing star sword, Starsilver Death has nothing to fear." This old man will be able to compete with him. I no longer need to rely on the dynasty's draconic luck to guard this small place. Feng Junhua nodded. With me, even if Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, and Golden Lion Sect join forces, our Big Dipper Sword Sect can fight them. Ha! Senior Brother Hancho, what are we waiting for? Let's go straight to Star Elephant Palace and the Great Spirit Sect's crisis will be resolved. The two were in a good mood and laughed excitedly. They looked at each other and bowed to Yixing. Thank you, Junior Brother Yixing. Thank you, your master. Yixing laughed. The difference in strength between quasi-gods is greater than that between kings. Star Silver Death is a second Nirvana quasi-god and won't be easy to deal with just one middle-grade divine weapon. However, with two middle-grade divine weapons and the two of you working together, Star Silver Death will be defeated. Feng Hancho thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Now that the Great Spirit Sect is being attacked by Star Silver Death and the others, we couldn't save them even if we wanted to. Now that we have the strength, we should go and save them immediately. Big Dipper City, East City. The void split open, and the two quasi-gods, Feng Hancho and Feng Junhua, walked out. Their quasi-god auras exploded, and their power was earth-shattering. Airwaves rolled in the sky and clouds surged like the sea. The three quasi-gods, Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, immediately traveled through the void and appeared in front of Feng Hancho and Feng Junhua. At this time, the three of them already knew that two four-star kings had rushed into the inner city during the previous battle. However, the three of them didn't care. They were just two four-star kings. Even if they were stronger than a seven-star king, they wouldn't care. Looking at Feng Hancho and Feng Junhua, Xingqingji laughed. Old farts, what tricks are you up to? In short, you're dreaming if you want to rescue the Great Spirit Sect. Feng Hao was a few hundred years younger than Xingqingji, so he looked much younger. However, his face was also filled with a sinister smile. Hee hee. After the Giant Spirit Sect is destroyed, it will be your Big Dipper Sword Sect's turn. Feng Hancho snorted coldly and said, Xingqingji, your good days are over. Go to hell. As he spoke, Feng Hancho formed a sword seal and summoned the sun-chasing star sword. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, revealing a vast divine might that made people not dare to look at it directly. Xingqingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed, mid-grade divine weapon. Feng Hancho said coldly, that's right. It's a middle-grade divine artifact, the heaven-shaking gale sword art. Kill. Whoosh, following Feng Hancho's sword seal, the sun-chasing star sword swept out like a gale. Sword light swept out, attacking Xingqingji layer after layer. Xingqingji's expression changed drastically. He had exchanged blows with Feng Hancho several times, and their strength was on par. However, Feng Hancho, who was using a middle-grade divine artifact, was currently bursting with power that made his heart palpitate. He felt as if he was facing Xing Silver Death. Xingqingji shouted, lend me a hand. As he spoke, Xingqingji also summoned a divine artifact. It was a golden square seal called the Vajra Heaven-Suppressing Seal. The Vajra Heaven-Suppressing Seal bloomed with dazzling golden light. It grew to the size of a mountain and soared into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The sword light from the sun-chasing star sword struck the Vajra Heaven-Suppressing Seal layer after layer, constantly producing loud noises. In the blink of an eye, countless exchanges had occurred. The dazzling golden light of the Vajra Heaven-Suppressing Seal suddenly dimmed. Xingqingji was sweating profusely. The Vajra Heaven-Suppressing Seal trembled in the sky. It was extremely strenuous to withstand Feng Hancho's attacks. At this moment, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan attacked at the same time. Demon Sealing God Destroying Seal. Yin Wind Ghost Sword Technique. The two of them shouted at the same time. Feng Hao wore a pair of low-grade divine artifact gloves. In the blink of an eye, he formed hundreds of hand seals. The layers of hand seals were extremely complex. As for Xian Yuan, he summoned a low-grade divine artifact sword. In an instant, a chilly wind blew in the sky. There were faint cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The demon sealing god destroying seal and the Yin wind ghost sword technique, the two divine artifacts on the left and right of the Vajra heaven suppressing seal attacked the layers of sword light at the same time. The trembling Vajra heaven suppressing seal immediately stabilized. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan blocked most of the attack power of the sun chasing star sword. Xing Qingji's situation immediately improved. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although Feng Hanqiu's strength had greatly increased due to the sun-chasing star sword, he could not gain the upper hand in a head-on fight with three quasi-gods. However, the sun-chasing star sword's specialty was its speed, not its strength. It could not unleash its true power in a head-on fight with the enemy. Feng Hanqiu smiled. The sword technique in his hand changed, and he shouted, "Go!" Swish! The sword light that filled the sky suddenly condensed at one point. The sun-chasing star sword appeared. It only appeared for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The sun-chasing star sword did not disappear. It was just that its speed was so fast that it caused one to be unable to see clearly. The sword light circled in the air. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's attacks and stabbed at Xing Qingji. Xing Qingji's hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying danger and was greatly shocked. "Return!" Xing Qingji shouted. The Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, which was as big as a mountain, flew back to Xing Qingji like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Xing Qingji and shrunk to the size of a washbasin, barely blocking the attack of the sun-chasing star sword. The shrunken Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was much weaker. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was knocked back by the sword and crashed into Xing Qingji's body. Xing Qingji's chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body shot backward. "Seal!" Feng Hao shouted. The collision between the sun-chasing star sword and the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal stopped. Feng Hao immediately seized the opportunity and slapped out a set of hand seals. Demon sealing god destroying seal. Demon sealing seal sealed, god destroying seal attacked. Feng Hao used all his strength to perform the demon sealing seal. Seals covered the sun-chasing star sword. Feng Hanqiu performed the sky-sweeping gale sword technique and used all his strength to drive the sun-chasing star sword. The sun-chasing star sword trembled. Even though it was a middle-grade divine weapon, it could not break free for a while. This showed how strong the sealing power of the demon sealing seal was. Xian Yuan was overjoyed. He formed a sword technique and pointed at Feng Hanqiu. He shouted, "Die!" A cold wind blew. The low-grade divine sword in the sky flashed with a bright light. While the sun-chasing star sword was being sealed by the demon sealing seal, it attacked Feng Hanqiu. He. At this moment, Feng Junyue, who had not made a move, laughed. He suddenly formed a sword technique and shouted, "Heavenly Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword Technique." Whoosh! A sword light appeared out of nowhere, bringing with it a vigorous aura. This sword light was like a mountain with heavenly dragons dancing in it. It was extremely powerful. It fell from the sky and slashed at the low-grade divine sword that Xian Yuan had used. With a crisp sound, the low-grade divine sword was sent flying into the distance. Xian Yuan's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Another middle-grade divine weapon. Xian Yuan screamed in horror. Chapter 853. Feng Hanqiu's strength was close to Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's. However, with a middle-grade divine weapon, his strength had reached a level where even the three of them were at a disadvantage. Now, Feng Junyue had also taken out a middle-grade divine weapon. Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan were all shocked and terrified. They were shocked because the Big Dipper sword sect did not have any middle-grade divine weapons, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue had never used one before. How did they both have a middle-grade divine weapon all of a sudden? Middle-grade divine weapons were not cabbages. In the Starry Crescent land, they were supreme treasures, the strongest divine weapons that had never appeared before. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue both had such treasures. It was so strange that Xing Qingji and the other two could not believe it. In a flash, the three of them recalled the news that their subordinates had reported. 2 4-star kings had broken through the blockade and entered the inner city. The Big Dipper sword sect did not have any middle-grade divine weapons. Now that 2 4-star kings had entered the sect, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue each had one. At this moment, Xing Qingji and the other two understood that the 2 middle-grade divine weapons must be related to the 2 4-star kings. Xing Qingji and the other two immediately regretted it. If they had known that 2 4-star kings had entered the sect with middle-grade divine weapons, they would not have fought with Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue. They would have killed the 2 4-star kings directly and snatched the 2 middle-grade divine weapons. Under a strong attack, the Big Dipper sword sect's dynasty luck would be exhausted in less than 3 to 5 years, and they would be completely annihilated. It was too late to say anything now. If Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue only had one middle-grade divine weapon, they would still dare to fight. However, with 2 divine weapons, their lives would be threatened. How would they dare to fight? Junior brother Hao, junior brother Yuan, retreat. Xing Qingji, who was spurting blood from his own Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, yelled. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled. His speed was so fast that he could travel at least 600 miles in one breath. Although Xing Qingji reminded them verbally, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan knew that they had to retreat. What they needed was not Xing Qingji's verbal reminder, but Xing Qingji's practical help. Once Xing Qingji fled, they could only face Feng Junyue's heavenly dragon mountain suppressing sword art head-on. The heaven-shaking mighty divine sword sent Xian Yuan's low-ranked divine sword flying. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and it did not diminish in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, it slashed in front of Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan's face was filled with horror as he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he formed a defensive sword seal and activated a dense protective sword aura. In a hurry, how could he defend against the terrifying power of the mighty heaven-shaking sword? Boom! With a loud explosion, Xian Yuan's protective sword aura was completely dispersed. His body shot backwards like a cannonball, and blood sprayed out in a long line. Xian Yuan's body was like a parched earth. Large amounts of cracks appeared on his body. They were all caused by the sword qi. One of the main sword scars was deep and long. Even his divine bones were broken. Large amounts of his internal organs were crushed. However, quasi-gods had immortal bodies. As long as their divine bodies were not completely crushed in an instant, it was not a fatal injury. They only needed to consume their life force to quickly recover. Xian Yuan used the force of this attack to escape. His flesh wriggled, and his damaged body was quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. The moment Xian Yuan was injured, the chasing sun star sword also penetrated the seal of the demon's sealing seal. At this moment, Feng Hao was also turning to flee. His speed was not inferior to Xing Qingji and Xian Yuan's. However, the chasing sun star sword was faster than Feng Hao. Like a beam of light, it caught up with Feng Hao in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the back of Feng Hao's head and pierced it into pieces. Even though his head was gone, Feng Hao's speed did not decrease. He fled 600 miles in one breath. His flesh wriggled, and his head grew back in the blink of an eye. Quasi-gods were extremely fast, and it was not easy to catch up with them. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue did not chase after Xing Qingji and the other two. Instead, they looked at each other and made a decision. Boom! Feng Junue wielded the heaven-shaking mighty sword and performed the heavenly dragon mountain suppression sword technique. The mountain-like sword force carried a terrifying attack power and attacked the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Darkeen Palace. The speed of a king was much slower than that of a quasi-god. Xing Qingji and the other two escaped, but the kings of the three forces were not that fast. When they saw Xing Qingji and the other two escaping, it was too late for them to escape. The heaven-shaking mighty sword was unstoppable. The anti-teleportation formation was instantly destroyed, and a large number of kings were killed. Feng Hanqiu instantly traveled through the void and appeared at another location outside Big Dipper City. A large number of kings of the three forces were gathered here. Once the chasing Sun Star sword was used, it was naturally an easy massacre. Kill. At this moment, Great Emperor Vast Sky also led the martial artists of Big Dipper Sword sect out of the inner city. The martial artists of Xingxiang Palace and the other two forces were completely defeated. In this battle, other than Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, the three quasi-gods, only a small number of kings escaped through the teleportation formation. The rest all died in Big Dipper City. Giant Holy City. Starsilver Death and the others were resting in the outer city to recover their strength. The Giant Holy Sect no longer had a source of Imperial Dragon luck. They could not replenish it, so there was no need to keep attacking. Suddenly, Starsilver Death and Feng Nongying's communication pearls received a message, and it started to vibrate violently. Obviously, someone had sent an extremely important message using a special communication method. Both of them were surprised. Now, the dynasties of Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Holy Sect, and Moon Severing Sect had all been destroyed. Only the three major sects could only rely on their Imperial Dragon luck to defend their territory in the inner city of the Imperial capital. It was only a matter of time before the three major sects were destroyed. What else could be so urgent? Starsilver Death and Feng Nongying took out their communication pearls. Then, their expressions changed at the same time, revealing shock. Feng Nongying looked at Starsilver Death and said, "Brother Yin, you received the message too?" Starsilver Death nodded and said in shock, "The Big Dipper Sword Sect has a middle-grade divine weapon, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue each have one." "How is this possible?" Feng Nongying said in shock, "Yes. Middle-grade divine weapons are so precious. Even in the Dark Star Temple, only senior brothers who are quasi-gods of the fourth nirvana and above have one. Very few junior quasi-gods have one. How could the Big Dipper Sword Sect have a middle-grade divine weapon?" The two looked at each other in disbelief. However, since Xing Qingji and Feng Hao had sent this message, it could not be fake. Starsilver Death immediately stood up and said, "Let's put the attack on the Giant Holy Sect aside for now. Let's go to the Big Dipper Sword Sect and have a look. Middle-grade divine weapon is not something that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue are qualified to have." Humph. The two immediately notified Jin Hengcheng and left the Giant Holy City with the kings of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Golden Lion Sect. In the Giant Holy City, quasi-god Lu Zhenghong sensed that Starsilver Death and the others had left. He was slightly surprised. They had besieged the Giant Holy City and attacked for more than a year. It was strange that they would suddenly leave. Chapter 854. Not long after Starsilver Death left Giant Spirit City, he received another message from Xing Qingji. Starsilver Death was furious when he saw that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were leading the experts of the Big Dipper Sword Sect to the Astral Dynasty. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's goal was obvious. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the quasi-gods of the Celestial Elephant Palace were outside to attack the royal capital and destroy the Dragon Luck. The Imperial Dragon Luck was the foundation of the sect. Once the sect was in trouble, the Imperial Dragon Luck could protect them for 1 to 200 years. The Big Dipper Sword Sect wanted to destroy the Celestial Elephant Palace's foundation. How could Starsilver Death not be angry? Starsilver Death immediately sent a message to Xing Yuehong, who was besieging the Moon Severing Sect, asking him to return to his sect and deal with the Big Dipper Sword Sect's invasion. Feng Nongying also sent a message to Feng Xiaoyuan, asking him to bring the Demon Sealing Valley's martial artists to the Astral Elephant Palace as reinforcements. The Big Dipper Sword sect went straight for the capital of the Celestial Elephant Palace. They adopted the method of besieging the way to rescue the Zhao, and resolved the crisis of the Giant Spirit sect and the Moon Severing sect in an instant. After the martial practitioners of Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Sealing Valley retreated, Quasi-God Lu Jinghong of the Giant Spirit sect and Quasi-God Qiu Minjun of the Moon Severing sect also received messages from the Big Dipper Sword sect. When Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun found out that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue possessed middle-grade divine weapons, they were both surprised and overjoyed. They finally understood why the Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Sealing Valley retreated. Immediately, the two of them left the sect and headed to Astral Elephant Palace. The Astral Dynasty had existed for even longer than the Baidu Dynasty. Naturally, its draconic luck was abundant. Destroying it was not an easy task, and it could not be done in a short period of time. Therefore, although Starsilver Death was furious, he was not in a hurry. He waited until he met up with Xing Qingji, Xing Yuehong, and the other quasi-gods before returning to the capital of the Celestial Dynasty. At this time, Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun had already joined up with the Big Dipper Sword sect's cultivators. Senior brother Han Qiu, junior brother Junyue. Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun could see from afar that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were both controlling a mid-rank godly sword and attacking the array formation in the inner city. Middle-grade divine swords were terrifyingly powerful, allowing Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's attacks to reach the level of second nirvana quasi-gods. Level 5 arrays couldn't stop them at all and were all destroyed. Even some level 6 arrays were on the verge of collapse. Even the Celestial Elephant sect's Wang Dynasty Dragon Luck, although already awakened, did not have the control of a quasi-god. Under the control of the Celestial Elephant sect's master, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor, the Celestial Elephant sect could only parry and not fight back. However, the Royal Dynasty's luck was extremely dense. Even with a 9-star king controlling it, the consumption of luck was several times faster than that of a quasi-god. It would still take a lot of time to completely destroy it. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue stopped attacking. Soon, Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun arrived in front of them. Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun's gazes landed on the middle-grade divine weapons of Feng Hanqiu and Qiu Minjun. Lu Jinghong's voice shook as he said, "It's really a middle-grade divine weapon." "Senior brother Hanqiu, what's going on? How come you have a middle-grade divine weapon?" Lu Jinghong was indeed shocked. He wasn't that much older than Feng Hanqiu. In the past, whenever he saw Feng Hanqiu, he would call him Old Devil Hanqiu. But now, with a middle-grade divine weapon in hand, Lu Jinghong felt a huge pressure and treated Feng Hanqiu seriously. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were both elated. They were in a good mood. Feng Hanqiu chuckled and said, "This is the great fortune of the Big Dipper Sword sect." Ha! Do you still remember Yi Xing who participated in the competition under the name of the Big Dipper Sword sect when the Dark Star Divine Palace recruited disciples 6 years ago? Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun nodded at the same time. Lu Jinghong said, "Of course." He defeated numerous kings with his cultivation base of 9th level astral reaching realm and was the champion of the competition. "Senior brother Hanqiu, what does he have to do with this?" Feng Hanqiu's joy deepened as he said, "Junior brother Yi Xing is a genius. He was chosen by a true god elder in the Dark Star Godly Palace and was accepted as a disciple. True god experts can travel through different space continents and know about the changes in the Starry Crescent land. Thus, they sent junior brother Yi Xing back to the Starry Crescent land to solve the Big Dipper Sword sect's crisis." Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun were dumbfounded. Middle-grade divine weapon was already shocking enough, but it actually involved a true god expert. Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun had also cultivated in the Dark Star Godly Palace when they were young. From outer disciple to inner disciple, they eventually became core disciple. Only after exhausting their potential did they return to the Starry Crescent land. Naturally, they knew how high a true god expert was in the Dark Star Godly Palace. Xiao Minjun said joyfully, such a good thing. Congratulations. You've only been in the Dark Star Godly Palace for a few years, and you've already been accepted as a disciple by a true God Elder. Such a thing is extremely rare in the Dark Star Godly Palace. It's the first time for a disciple of the Starry Crescent Land. While Yu Minjun was speaking, Lu Zhenghong had already followed Feng Hanqiu and Feng Juanyue's gaze. Not far away, among the kings of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Yixing was standing side by side with Vast Sky Emperor. Only 6 years had passed. Lu Zhenghong and Xiao Minjun naturally remembered Yixing, the champion of the Dark Star Godly Palace's disciple recruitment competition. Both of their gazes were filled with sighs. Who would have thought that Yixing would have such a promising future? Seeing the two quasi-gods land on him, Yixing nodded from afar. Feng Junyue touched the mighty sky-shaking sword in his hand, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He said, for the past few years, we've been bullied by the Celestial Palace. Now that we finally have the strength to fight back, we can't just stand here. Senior brother Zhenghong, senior sister Minjun, since you're here, let's attack together. Today, we'll vent our anger. Lu Zhenghong shouted, all right. For the past 2 years, Star Silver Death and the others have been attacking the Giant Spirit sect. We've almost lost 10 to 20% of our Dynasty Dragon luck. Today, we'll let the Celestial Palace have a taste of our power. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue continued to take out their middle-grade divine weapons. Lu Zhenghong and Xiao Minjun also attacked. The 4 quasi-gods attacked the Dynasty Dragon luck of the Celestial Palace fiercely. Terrifying explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Not long after Lu Zhenghong and Xiao Minjun arrived, Star Silver Death and the others arrived as well. Astral Elephant Palace, Devil's Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Temple, and Golden Lion Sect, a total of 4 sex experts. Among them, Astral Elephant Palace had 3 quasi-god realm experts, Devil's Ceiling Valley had 3 quasi-god realm experts, Dark Moon Temple had 1 quasi-god realm expert, and Golden Lion Sect had 1 quasi-god realm expert. The number of kings was in the hundreds, and there were dozens of high-level kings who were peerless emperors. 8 quasi-gods, dozens of high-level kings, and hundreds of beginner and mid-level kings gathered together. Needless to say, their aura was strong. The wind and clouds in the sky cleared a path, and the air billowed. It was as if a prehistoric divine beast was moving. From afar, Feng Hanqiu and the others sensed the arrival of Star Silver Death and the others. They stopped attacking, and the two sides soon faced each other in the sky outside the Celestial Palace. Chapter 858. At this time, Yixing attacked like a ghost. He activated the Vermilion Bird Star phase and shot out astral arrows. The Frozen King was hit by the astral arrows and instantly shattered into pieces. Although the 7 Star Kings weren't sealed in ice, their speed was slowed down. How could they dodge Yixing's attack? Their heads were instantly crushed by the astral arrow. The majority of the kings present had only constructed a low-grade king body. Those who had constructed a mid-grade king body could be counted on one hand. Whether it was low-grade or mid-grade king bodies, the head was a vital point. Once the head was crushed, the king would naturally die. When Yixing attacked, he was like a life reaper. Wherever he passed, the kings of the 4 forces would die one after another. Even the 7 Star Kings couldn't resist the joint attack of Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Yixing attacked more than a dozen times in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of kings had died under Yixing's hands. None of them had an intact corpse. Although kings didn't have undying bodies, their vitality was still very strong. Usually, in a battle between kings, as long as the disparity in strength wasn't too great, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party. Killing them in one blow was even more difficult. Between kings, there had to be a gap of 1 realm in strength to have a great chance of killing the other party. And to kill them in one blow, there had to be a gap of 2 or even 3 realms. For Yixing to kill more than a dozen kings in the blink of an eye, that was too shocking. However, if one understood Yixing and Wei Qingshuan's strength, the result wouldn't be so shocking. When the two were still kings, Yixing already had the strength to kill a 7-star king. Wei Qingxian was also invincible under the 7-star king realm. Now, the two of them had become 4-star kings. They had broken through from the initial stage to the mid-stage king realm. Their strength had increased tremendously. Yixing's strength had probably reached the level of being able to kill an 8-star king. As for Wei Qingxian, she was at the peak of 7-star kings. Just think about it, if a 7-star ruler and an 8-star ruler joined forces, how terrifying would their strength be? Wei Qingshuan's attacks had the ability to freeze and control the enemy's movements. Yixing's attacks were extremely fast and powerful. They had terrifying penetrative power and destructive power. When the two of them worked together, one controlled the enemy while the other killed the enemy. Naturally, the effect of killing the enemy was doubled. It was much more terrifying than when a 7-star ruler and an 8-star ruler worked together. Killing the other party's kings was naturally like cutting grass. Although there were many kings in the Starry Crescent land, they were not as common as cabbages. Every time one of them died, it would be a great loss. How could they withstand Yixing's swift harvest? In less than 10 breaths of time, Yixing had already killed more than 10 kings. The number of kings that died in his hands was much more than the total number of kings that died in the hands of the Big Dipper sword sect. In just a few breaths of time, more than 10% of the kings of the 4 major powers had died. This result was out of everyone's expectations, and it was shocking. The Big Dipper sword sect's cultivators were naturally overjoyed. However, the kings of the 4 major powers were incomparably shocked. Even the emperors of the Starry Crescent realm were terrified of Yixing. None of them dared to make a move against Yixing. Since the other party did not take the initiative to attack, Yixing took the initiative to attack. Yixing was in the front, and Wei Qingxian was behind him. Wei Qingshuan's speed was 100 li in a breath. Her sovereign bloodline was activated, and she struck out with her icy palms. Although the attack power was not strong, it had a great effect on the enemy kings. Only 8-star emperors could rely on their strength to ignore the attack of this cold chi. The azure cloud wings opened behind Yixing's back. Yixing's speed was even faster than Wei Qingshuan's, reaching 100 li in a breath. Every time Wei Qingxian attacked with her cold chi, Yixing would be the first to attack. For a time, wherever Yixing went, the enemy kings would retreat as if they had seen a ghost. But even so, there were still many kings who died under Yixing's hands. After all, Yixing's speed was too fast, much faster than 7-star emperors. In addition to Wei Qingshuan's cold chi attacks, ordinary kings would not be able to dodge in time. The deaths of the kings of the 4 major powers boosted the morale of the Big Dipper sword sect's kings. Yixing, die! Suddenly, a loud roar resounded. A king realm expert wielding a supreme-grade profound weapon charged towards Yixing. It was an emperor of the Starry Crescent realm. Although the battle was chaotic and the people from both sides were mixed together, the general area where the kings of both sides were located was still very clear. Yixing killed his way through, so he naturally went deeper into the enemy's territory. The emperor of the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Golden Monkey Emperor, had long been paying attention to Yixing. When he fought with the great emperor of the Big Dipper sword sect, he didn't charge forward. He was in a position where he could fight or retreat. When he saw Yixing going deeper into his territory, he immediately retreated and whipped out his supreme-grade profound weapon, the Golden Dragon Truncheon. How terrifying was the might of an 8-star emperor's attack! The void was compressed by the truncheon, and the trees and plants below were crushed into dust. Even the ground cracked open. If this truncheon landed, it would definitely cause the earth to crack and mountains to crumble. A huge crater would be formed in a radius of 10 li. Wei Qingshuan's frosty palm print covered a distance of more than 10 miles, but the Golden Monkey King's figure was not weakened by the frosty air at all. In half a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yixing. Moreover, as soon as the Golden Monkey Emperor attacked, another 7-star emperor attacked Wei Qingxian. With the Golden Monkey Emperor dealing with Yixing, the Seven-Star Emperor wasn't afraid of Wei Qingxian. It seemed long, but it all happened in an instant. The Golden Monkey Emperor was too fast. Although Yixing wasn't slower than his opponent, he couldn't maintain his top speed forever. There was a time gap between every move. As long as he seized the opportunity, it was normal for the slower one to hit the faster one. Otherwise, with Yixing's speed, which was close to 200 li in a breath, and the Golden Monkey Emperor could only reach 150 li in a breath. Wouldn't that mean that as long as Yixing was moving, the Golden Monkey Emperor would never be able to hit Yixing? Of course not. For example, at this moment, the Golden Monkey Emperor's truncheon came at the same time as Yixing's two moves. Yixing couldn't avoid it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only face it head-on. The golden flame bow immediately appeared in Yixing's hand. With a burst of violent power, the shadow of the golden flame bow shot out with an explosive sound. The Golden Monkey Emperor's power was too terrifying. The shadow of the golden flame bow was destroyed in one strike. The golden dragon truncheon and the golden flame bow collided violently. The golden dragon truncheon focused on power, while the golden flame bow focused on shooting. In a head-on collision, the golden flame bow was naturally at a disadvantage. Moreover, Yixing's power was much weaker than the Golden Monkey Emperor's. As the golden flame bow bent and shot, Yixing was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 859. Seeing Yixing sent flying by the Golden Monkey King's mace, the kings from the Astral Elephant Palace and the rest of the four powers were invigorated. On the other hand, the kings from the Big Dipper sword sect were shocked. The vast Sky Emperor's eyes widened as his aura erupted once more. The mace's power surged as he tried to push back all his opponents to save Yixing. However, their priority was to kill Yixing. Now that the Golden Monkey King had the chance, the other kings wouldn't allow the vast Sky Emperor to save Yixing. Whether it was the Astral Elephant Palace or the kings from the other three powers, they all unleashed their full strength to resist the mace's mace. Several 8-star sovereigns vomited blood, and the 9-star emperor's face paled. However, they had the advantage in numbers and managed to suppress the mace's mace. As for the other two emperors, one was held back by the Myriad Phenomenon Emperor, while the other was in a similar situation as the Vast Sky Emperor. They used their absolute advantage in numbers to resist the mace's mace, preventing the Vast Sky Emperor from saving Yixing. The 8-star sovereigns from the Big Dipper sword sect naturally faced the same situation. Although Yixing had killed quite a few kings, most of them were low-level and mid-level kings. Only a few 7-star sovereigns had died, and the other side's high-level kings hadn't lost much strength. In terms of overall strength, the four powers still had the upper hand. The 7-star sovereign charging at Wei Qingxian was at the peak of the 7th rank, and he was extremely powerful. Wei Qingxian wouldn't be able to win quickly, and she wouldn't be able to save Yixing, ha 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 ha. The Golden Monkey Emperor laughed heartily and was in high spirits. After sending Yixing flying with a kick, his body swayed slightly before stabilizing. He shouted, "Die!" As he spoke, the golden dragon mace shone with a dazzling golden light. The golden dragon mace rushed forward and chased after Yixing. Once again, the golden dragon mace in his hand smashed down. "Hang in there, Yixing." The hearts of the kings of the Big Dipper sword sect tightened. The Big Dipper sword sect's crisis had been resolved by Yixing. How could they be willing to see Yixing be killed by the Golden Monkey King? Wei Qingxian, on the other hand, was calm. She knew that Yixing had a supreme-grade divine body. Even if he was hit by the Golden Monkey Emperor, his life would not be in danger. Moreover, Yixing had not used his true power yet. Just as the golden dragon mace was about to strike Yixing's body with its scintillating golden light, a massive palace suddenly appeared out of thin air before crashing down from the sky like a massive mountain. It was a replica of the divine artifact Stellar Hall. The Star Hall was no ordinary god artifact. Although Yi Xing was unable to use its true power, he could control it as he pleased as the master of the Star Hall. How heavy was the Star Hall? It was much heavier than the Sky Dragon Truncheon. When it came down, the Golden Dragon Truncheon lost all its golden light and smashed the Golden Monkey King to the ground. Even an 8-star emperor would find it extremely difficult to wield a divine weapon. Yi Xing was only a 4-star emperor. How could the Golden Monkey King have expected that Yi Xing would suddenly summon a divine weapon? Naturally, he was caught in the middle and struck to the ground by the Starry Palace in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ground within a radius of tens of li caved in. Mountains crumbled. The Star Hall was hundreds of meters tall and stood in the middle of the collapsed ground like a mountain. God artifact. Heavens, that's a huge God artifact. How is this possible? How can a 4-star king use a God artifact? Whether it was the kings of the Big Dipper sword sect or the kings of the other 4 factions, they were all shocked by this sudden change. Looking at the Star Hall that was hundreds of meters tall, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the quasi-gods in the distance were engaged in an intense battle, exchanging dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, they were also paying attention to the situation here. Yi Xing taking out a god artifact also shocked these quasi-gods. Especially Xing Qingji, whose expression changed when he saw the Star Hall. As the person who had plotted against Emperor Xing Han and wanted to steal his god artifact, Xing Qingji naturally recognized the Star Hall. 700 years ago, Emperor Xing Han was plotted against by Xing Qingji and the then palace lord of Xingxiang. He was poisoned and undoubtedly died. However, Emperor Xing Han used the Great Space-Breaching Talisman to escape from the Starry Crescent land and disappeared. 700 years later, Xing Qingji saw the Star Hall again, but it was actually Yi Xing who had taken it out. How could he not be shocked? While Xing Qingji was distracted, Feng Hanqiu seized the opportunity and swung the chasing sun sword in the sky, bypassing Feng Hao and Xian Yuan's blockade and instantly attacked. In an instant, the sweeping sword light shrouded Xing Qingji's entire body. The sky-sweeping gale sword technique was all about the word sweep. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, it swept past and was filled with rotating power. The sword light shrouded Xing Qingji and also spun at an extremely fast speed, filled with terrifying strangulation power. Xing Qingji's divine body was instantly cut into pieces. In a battle between quasi-gods, dozens of blows could be exchanged in the blink of an eye. A moment of distraction, even if it was only for a moment, was a fatal flaw. Although the divine body was immortal, Xing Qingji's divine body was far from being reborn from a single drop of blood. If his body was cut into pieces, he would die. Senior brother Qingji. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan turned pale with fright and exclaimed at the same time. In an instant, Feng Hao formed hundreds of hand seals and slapped at Xing Qingji. It was the demon sealing seal. Xian Yuan wielded his low-tier divine sword and attacked Feng Hanqiu. In the blink of an eye, the demon sealing seal hit Xing Qingji's chasing sun star sword. Although it was not completely sealed, the speed of strangulation was greatly reduced. Xing Qingji let out a painful howl. Blood sprayed out like a long river as he rushed out from the rotating sword light. His hands and feet had already lost half of his body. More than half of his head had also been cut into pieces by the chasing sun star sword. Only a small part of his head and half of his chest remained. If Feng Hao had not saved him in time and used the demon sealing seal to seal the chasing sun star sword, Xing Qingji's entire body would have been cut into pieces and he would have died without a doubt. In the distance, Feng Hanqiu's figure flickered. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the void and avoided the attack of Xian Yuan's Yin Wind Ghost Sword technique. Seeing that Xing Qingji was not dead, he sighed. It was too difficult to kill a quasi-god. Feng Hanqiu felt that it was a pity that he did not succeed when he finally had the chance. A quasi-god was the strongest power of a force. Killing one would be a heavy loss for any force. Feng Hanqiu knew that if he could not kill Xing Qingji just now, it would be almost impossible to kill him again. Xing Qingji's flesh and blood wriggled and his divine body reconstructed. In the blink of an eye, he recovered to his original state. However, his face was pale. His body had suffered such heavy injuries. Recovering to his normal state consumed too much of his vitality. Xing Qingji's vitality was greatly damaged. After becoming a quasi-god, this was the first time Xing Qingji had faced a life-and-death crisis. He looked at Feng Hanqiu, his eyes full of anger and malice. At the same time, Xing Qingji's desire to kill Yi Xing grew stronger and stronger. He knew that the Starry Hall was not an ordinary divine weapon. It was also not a mid-tier divine weapon. It was a high-tier divine weapon. Chapter 860. Yi Xing's retreating body suddenly stopped. He stood in the air with a smile on his face. The Stellar Hall was indeed a high-grade divine artifact. Without activating its power, it was able to suppress the Golden Monkey Emperor with just its strength. However, it was impossible to kill an 8-star Emperor with just the suppression of the Stellar Hall. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor was instantly struck down from the sky by the Stellar Hall, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mountain-like Stellar Hall suddenly flew into the air. The Golden Monkey Emperor was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength from. When he was struck by the Starry Hall, he was naturally suppressed in an instant. However, when he landed on the ground, he unleashed his full strength and blasted the Starry Hall away. Without activating the Stellar Hall's power, it was just a hard weapon. To put it bluntly, it was just a pile of scrap metal. It was only because it was made of high-grade divine metal that it was heavy. However, the power of one blow was not inferior to that of a supreme-grade profound weapon. The Golden Monkey Emperor roared angrily after sending the Stellar Hall flying. His aura surged and his strength exploded to the limit. He even used more than 100% of his terrifying strength. You can't activate such a divine artifact. It's a waste for it to be in your hands. Die, Yi Xing. Even a divine artifact can't save you, the Golden Monkey Emperor shouted. The Golden Monkey Emperor shouted. He had personally faced the attack of the Starry Hall and naturally knew that Yi Xing had not activated the power of this divine weapon. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor did not know the grade of the Star Palace, judging from its aura and shape, he knew that it was definitely not a low-grade divine artifact. If such a powerful divine artifact was activated, how could he, the Golden Monkey Emperor, who was only at the 8th layer of the Star Sea realm, withstand it? He would probably be crushed into meat paste in an instant, dying without a doubt. The Golden Monkey Emperor naturally did not believe that Yi Xing was deliberately not activating the divine artifact's power. He knew that Yi Xing could not activate the divine artifact's power, so he was full of confidence. The Golden Monkey Emperor had been struck by the Stellar Hall because it had appeared out of nowhere and descended from the sky. It was out of his expectations. Having learned his lesson, the Golden Monkey Emperor was prepared and would not be easily struck by the Stellar Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Monkey Emperor released a golden light and suddenly flashed forward. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor was rushing towards Yi Xing, he was not moving in a straight line. Instead, he was constantly changing his position. Clearly, he was using some kind of footwork. As a result, Yi Xing was unable to predict where the Golden Monkey Emperor would appear next. It was impossible to hit him with the Stellar Hall. If he could activate the power of the Starry Hall, the divine fire in the hall would attack and turn a large area into a sea of fire. No matter how the Golden Monkey King changed his position, he would be burned to ashes. Unfortunately, Yi Xing could not destroy the power of the Stellar Hall, so he could only use other methods. In the face of the Golden Monkey King, Yi Xing showed no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Yi Xing instantly retreated like a stream of light. At the same time, a beam of starlight soared into the sky, transforming into a massive black hole vortex. Yi Xing had utilized the black hole astrology. In an instant, the Golden Monkey Emperor was plunged into a world of darkness. His supreme metal element astrology could not tear apart the darkness enveloped by the black hole astrology. He could only barely see a few hundred meters around him. As for Yixing, he moved through the world of darkness without making a sound. The Golden Monkey Emperor could not detect him and instantly lost track of Yixing. The Golden Monkey Emperor was shocked. He immediately activated his astral energy, forming a dazzling golden shield to protect his body. Whoosh! Just then, another beam of starlight soared into the sky. Yixing had used the Sagittarius astrology again. In the starry crescent continent, it was no secret that he possessed the supreme astrology. Yixing could use it without worry. The black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology stood side by side in the sky. Whether it was the distant quasi-gods or the nearby kings, they could all feel the terrifying power contained in these two great astrologues. The golden flame bow appeared in Yixing's hands. Yixing drew the bowstring and used the dark wind fire arrow technique. A black flame arrow quickly formed. The Golden Monkey Emperor's astral energy protected his body and the golden dragon truncheon in front of his chest. He was on high alert as he chased after Yixing. The black flame arrow was now fully formed. Yixing immediately released the bowstring. Whoosh! The black flame arrow was extremely compatible with the world of darkness. It moved through the world of darkness at high speed without making a sound. It was only when it was within a few hundred meters of the Golden Monkey Emperor that he sensed a weak vibration. Although this vibration was weak, it contained an extremely sharp aura and was filled with terrifying penetrative power. The Golden Monkey Emperor was shocked. He immediately reacted and realized that it was an arrow. However, the black flame arrow covered the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. If the Golden Monkey Emperor had seen Yixing shoot the arrow and had been prepared, he might have had a chance of avoiding it. But now, there was no way to avoid it. Moreover, the space around the Golden Monkey Emperor had solidified. It was like an invisible solid that sealed his body and made it difficult for him to move. Even an 8-star Emperor could not move. It was clear that the power of the solidified space was very strong. This meant that Yixing's archery skills had reached an extremely high level. The Golden Monkey Emperor sensed the arrow coming and had just understood. He did not even have time to look in the direction of the arrow before his head was hit by the black flame arrow. Bang! The black flame arrow pierced through the Golden Monkey Emperor's head. With a loud explosion, the Golden Monkey Emperor's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered in all directions. The Golden Monkey Emperor did not even have time to scream before he died. His headless corpse fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Yixing stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. Dense astral energy surged out and transformed into a huge hand, grabbing the golden dragon truncheon and storage ring. From the moment Yixing used the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology to the moment the Golden Monkey Emperor's head exploded by the arrow, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The martial artists present were still shocked by Yixing's use of the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology. A moment of carelessness and the Golden Monkey Emperor lost his head and died. This was an 8-star emperor. At this point in the battle, there were many 8-star emperors who had been injured. However, the Golden Monkey Emperor was the first to die. Yixing grabbed the Golden Monkey truncheon and his storage ring and put them away without checking them. Then, he drew the golden flame bow. The black flame arrow quickly took shape and locked onto an 8-star emperor in the distance. He had even used the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology. He had already used his trump card. Naturally, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill. The 8-star emperor who was locked onto by the black flame arrow instantly fell into a world of darkness. He was horrified. Whoosh! The black flame arrow left the bowstring instantly. While the 8-star emperor was still in shock, the arrow hit his head. Just like the Golden Monkey Emperor, his head exploded and he died instantly. Chapter 861. The power of the black hole astral form increased as the cultivator's cultivation base increased. The current black hole astral form formed a world of darkness that could cover hundreds of miles. Therefore, even if Yixing was hundreds of miles away, he could still be enveloped by the black hole astral form. At this moment, the battle between the kings of both sides only covered a radius of hundreds of miles. This meant that even if Yixing stood still, he could still use the black hole astral form to trap any target in the world of darkness. As for the arrows that Yixing shot out, they were shot from the supreme grade profound bow, the golden flame bow, which had a much longer range than the crimson flame bow. The arrow's power was maintained at a distance of more than 300 miles. Therefore, as long as one was trapped in the world of darkness, they would immediately face Yixing's arrows and be in danger of dying. In this area, Yixing could target any of the martial emperors. Yixing's targets were the 8-star sovereigns of the 4 major forces. The 9-star great emperors were much stronger than Yixing. The black hole astral form might not be able to trap them in the world of darkness, and the arrows that were shot out might not be able to kill them. However, Yixing was very confident that he could kill the 8-star sovereigns in one shot. Although the 9-star great emperors were the pinnacle of the kings of both sides, the 8-star sovereigns were also very important. The 9-star great emperors of the other side were originally no match for the vast heaven great emperors. It was precisely because of the dozen or so 8-star sovereigns that they were able to suppress the vast heaven great emperors. As long as Yixing killed these 8-star sovereigns, the 9-star great emperors of the other side would soon be defeated, and the Big Dipper sword sect would naturally emerge victorious in this battle between the kings. In the blink of an eye, a black flame arrow was formed and shot out explosively. Immediately, an 8-star sovereign lost his life. The arrow that Yixing shot out was extremely fast and had an extremely strong binding force. It could also change direction at will. It was impossible to block or evade, and its lethality was heaven-defying. Once the arrow was shot out, an 8-star sovereign would definitely die. In just a few breaths' time, several 8-star sovereigns had died under Yixing's arrows. The pressure on the 3 great emperors of the Big Dipper sword sect was greatly reduced, and they began to counterattack with all their might. On the other hand, the kings of the 4 forces were shocked, especially the 8-star sovereigns. They were terrified that Yixing's next arrow would be shot at them. A quasi-god ancestor. Many kings of the 4 major forces of the Big Dipper sect cried out for help. In the current situation, the Big Dipper sword sect already had the absolute advantage. The 3 great emperors with divine weapons were already extremely terrifying. Now, Yixing was harvesting the lives of the 8-star sovereigns as if he was cutting grass. If he killed all the 8-star sovereigns, the great emperors of the other side would not be able to resist at all, and their lives would be in danger. Without the help of the quasi-gods, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. In fact, there was no need to wait for the kings to cry out. The quasi-gods in the distance were constantly watching the battle between the kings. However, Feng Nongying and Xing Yueheng were suppressed by Qiu Minjun and could not even take care of themselves. Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongcheng were also in the same situation. Under Lu Zhenghong's attack, even their souls were injured. As for Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, 2 of them were using all their strength to hold back Feng Hanqiu while the other could go and rescue him. However, Xing Qingji's vitality was greatly injured and could not use half of his strength. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan were also not in good condition and could not leave for a while. Only Starsilver Death, who was thousands of miles away, had an overwhelming advantage against Feng Junyue. However, Starsilver Death's plan was to kill Feng Junyue in one go or snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue's hands. Feng Junyue was already at a disadvantage. Now, he could only parry and could not fight back. He was fully focused on defense. Therefore, there was a change in the battle between the kings. Starsilver Death did not care at first and planned to snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue's hands first. Starsilver Death did not know that Yixing was using the 2 supreme celestial forms to kill the 8-star sovereigns. It was as easy as killing dogs. Within a few breaths, he had killed several of them. No matter how much Starsilver Death wanted to snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue, he had to give up for now. If he allowed Yixing to continue killing, all the 8-star sovereigns of the 4 forces would be killed. Moreover, Yixing had used a divine weapon just now. Starsilver Death immediately thought of Yixing, Tiger Roaring 3 slashes. Starsilver Death yelled and performed one of the killing moves of the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Saber technique. In an instant, the Heavenly Tiger roared and 3 saber auras slashed down at the same time. Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded at the same time. Feng Junhua spat out blood and was blasted back dozens of miles. Starsilver Death did not chase after him. Instead, he looked at the battlefield of the kings thousands of miles away. He snorted and waved his hand, tearing the space in front of him. Tearing the space to teleport was a skill of a quasi-god. Starsilver Death tore the space and entered the dimensional void in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the space in the sky above the battlefield of the kings was torn apart. Starsilver Death walked out. The aura of a second Nirvana quasi-god suddenly spread out. An invisible force pressed down. Within hundreds of miles, all the kings felt a huge pressure and fell from the sky. Although the aura of a quasi-god was also a kind of aura, it was much stronger than that of a king. The power could be condensed into something tangible. Once a quasi-god unleashed his aura, the space around him would become a forbidden zone. Apart from other quasi-gods, no one could fly. Starsilver Death's eyes were as sharp as knives. He immediately locked onto Yixing and sneered. Whoosh, a flash of saber light appeared. Starsilver Death instantly took out a low-grade divine saber and performed the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Saber technique. He slashed at Yixing. Before the astral saber arrived, Yixing could already feel a bone-piercing sharpness from dozens of miles away. The attack of a second Nirvana quasi-god was too frightening. If this saber really chopped down, even without the astral saber touching Yixing's body, just the sharp aura of nothingness would be enough to split Yixing in half. Clang! The space suddenly cracked open. A pitch-black circle came out and collided with the saber light in the sky. Sparks flew and a deafening explosion sounded. Starsilver Death frowned. The saber light rolled back in anger. The pitch-black circle retreated, and Lu Zhenghong walked out of the rift in space. He raised his hand and grabbed it. It was the mediocre-grade divine artifact that Yixing had given him, the Obsidian Soul Annihilating Circle. Not only was the Obsidian Soul Extinguishing Ring powerful, but it was also extremely destructive to the soul. Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing's souls had suffered heavy injuries from the battle with Lu Zhenghong. They were dispirited and listless. If Lu Zhenghong wanted to withdraw, the two of them could not stop him. After Starsilver Death forced Feng Junhua to retreat, he traveled through space and attacked Yixing. Lu Zhenghong had been prepared. He also forced Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing to retreat and blocked Starsilver Death's attack. With the middle-grade divine weapon Obsidian Soul Destroying Ring, Lu Zhenghong was fully capable of fighting Starsilver Death. Lu Zhenghong, you're courting death. Starsilver Death roared. His aura exploded like a furious tiger. Lu Zhenghong sneered. He looked at Starsilver Death fearlessly. Just then, the space cracked. Feng Junhua also traveled through space. Chapter 864. Within 3 days, Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Yin Palace, and Golden Lion Sect delivered the compensation to the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Spirit Sect, and Moon Severing Sect. Although they were unwilling, they could only compensate and seek temporary peace. Only then would they have time to scheme against Yixing. After the Big Dipper Sword Sect reclaimed their territory and rebuilt their dynasty, gathering draconic luck, they were busy. The quasi-gods of the Big Dipper Sword Sect presided over the sect, while the kings traveled around the territory. However, Yixing was not among these kings. After returning to the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Yixing entered secluded cultivation and did not take a single step out of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. As a result, the plan to assassinate Yixing while he was away would not work. With Yixing in the Big Dipper Sword Sect, even if Starsilver Death gathered all the quasi-gods on his side, they would not be able to break in. Starsilver Death was very vexed by this. He naturally knew that Yixing had great potential. If Yixing was given enough time to grow, he would become a huge threat in the future. As long as the kings of the Big Dipper Sword sect left the capital, they were confident that they could ambush and kill any one of them. However, if this king was not Yixing, there was no need to ambush him. This was because once they stirred up trouble, another war would erupt. Starting another war over an insignificant person was clearly unwise. Starsilver Death gathered the quasi-gods to discuss countermeasures. In this regard, the quasi-gods were helpless. Yixing was in the Big Dipper Sword sect, and they could not force their way in. What could they do? Jin Hongsheng had been silent all this time. With 8 quasi-gods together, he rarely spoke. However, at this time, his eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of an idea. Starsilver Death, who had been observing the situation, said, Jin Hongsheng, do you have a plan? Jin Hongsheng nodded and said, Yixing is in the Big Dipper Sword sect. There's nothing we can do. The only way to kill him is to lure Yixing out of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Currently, Jin Hongsheng was in the same boat as Astral Elephant Palace. If Astral Elephant Palace won, the Golden Lion sect would be able to maintain its status as a subordinate force, and he would be able to survive. However, if the Big Dipper Sword sect won, both his life and the Golden Lion sect would be doomed. Therefore, even though Jin Hongsheng regretted boarding this ship, but as a grasshopper on a string, he could only contribute to Astral Elephant Palace. Starsilver Death nodded and said, but how can we lure Yixing out of the Big Dipper Sword sect? Jin Hongsheng said, Yixing is now a 4-star king. He is cultivating in the Big Dipper Sword sect because he wants to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. When he reaches a certain level and has the battle prowess of a quasi-god, he will come to deal with us. However, the cultivation of the king realm is not easy. Even if he is extremely talented, it will still take a long time for him to make a breakthrough. It will probably take 20 or 30 years for him to have the battle prowess of a quasi-god. If we release the news that some place has a treasure that can help a king to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, I think Yixing will definitely be tempted. Perhaps he will be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Xing Qingji had already recovered his vitality by now. His expression was normal as he said, this is indeed a method, but it may not work. Putting aside how rare a treasure that can help a king to make a breakthrough in his cultivation is, others may not believe it. Even if they believe it, the Big Dipper Sword sect will probably treat Yixing like a treasure and not let Yixing take the risk himself. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue will probably personally make a trip for Yixing to look for the treasure. Lies can be easily exposed. All the quasi-gods nodded in agreement. It was indeed not easy to trick Yixing out of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Starsilver Death shook his head slightly. He had considered Jin Hongsheng's method before, but just as Xing Qingji said, it was very difficult to work and had been rejected by him long ago. Jin Hongsheng said, what if this is not a lie? You all know about the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit, right? Starsilver Death's eyes lit up as he said, the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit is a supreme saint fruit that can help a king to improve his cultivation. It can help a king to advance a king by 1 realm, a king by 2 realms, and a king by 3 realms. Jin Hongsheng, do you know anything about the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit? Jin Hongsheng nodded and said, that's right. When I was a 9-star king, I ate a Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. Although it did not directly improve my cultivation, the fact that I could become a quasi-god is definitely related to that Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. Jin Hongsheng was different from the other quasi-gods present. They all became quasi-gods in the Dark Star Temple and then returned to the Starry Crescent Land. Jin Hongsheng, on the other hand, was only a 9-star Great Emperor when he returned from the Dark Star Temple. It was only after he returned to the Starry Crescent Land that he became a quasi-god. Starsilver Death said happily, tell us, where is the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit? Jin Hongsheng said, in an extraterritorial starland, there is a Star Catcher Cloud Fruit tree. The Star Catcher Cloud Fruit is a king saint fruit that ripens once every 1,000 years. That extraterritorial starland also connects to the starry crescent land every 1,000 years. When the star-catcher cloud fruit ripens, it happens to be the same time that the extraterritorial starland connects to the starry crescent land. 1,000 years ago, I entered that place by chance and obtained a star-catcher cloud fruit. Jin Hongqing smiled and said, that extraterritorial starland is very strange. Quasi-gods can't enter it, and there is a group of natives living there. They can't cultivate astral chi and can only cultivate their physical bodies. They are like ferocious beasts in human form and are extremely powerful. The star-catcher cloud fruit tree is their sacred tree, but it has no effect on their cultivation. 1,000 years ago, I entered that place and stole a star-catcher cloud fruit. When Jin Hongqing mentioned that quasi-gods couldn't enter that extraterritorial starland, Starsilver Death's eyes lit up. Since quasi-gods couldn't enter, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue couldn't help Yixing enter to search for treasures. Only kings could go. With the attraction of the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yixing would definitely go in person. In this way, they would have a chance to kill Yixing. Starsilver Death said, in the starry crescent land, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue will definitely protect Yixing, so we won't have a chance to kill him. If we want to kill Yixing, the chance is in that extraterritorial starland. Let the 9-star Great Emperor enter with a divine weapon. The first purpose is to kill Yixing and rob Yixing of his treasures. The second purpose is to kill the natives and rob the star-catcher cloud fruit. Jin Hongqing nodded and said, if we can kill Yixing in the extraterritorial starland and get his treasures, everything will be great. Xing Qingji asked, how do you know that quasi-gods can't enter? Also, as a 9-star Great Emperor, why did you only steal 1 star-catcher cloud fruit and not all of the star-catcher cloud fruit? Jin Hongqing said, Brother Qingji, you don't know. 1,000 years ago, I discovered that extraterritorial starland with the late quasi-god Jin Yan of my sect. However, when I entered, Jin Yan was blocked by the power of rules and couldn't enter. Also, Brother Qingji, don't underestimate those natives. Even a divine weapon can't hurt them. Without a divine weapon, you are no match for them. Chapter 865. The Big Dipper dynasty was re-established, and the dynasty's draconic luck was condensed once more. Within the Big Dipper sword sect, Yixing and Wei Qingxian were cultivating in seclusion. Their cultivations were also advancing at a rapid pace. Both of them had obtained a lot of corpse jades. Although their astral energies were strong, and even the corpse jades of the 7-star Death Spirit King couldn't help them break through, it still sped up their cultivation speed. Ever since the Astral Elephant Palace paid the compensation, the Starry Crescent land regained its former peace. On the surface, the 7 great sects were living in harmony. Time passed slowly, and a year later, Wei Qingxian and Yixing's cultivations broke through to the 5th level of the Astral Sea Realm, becoming 5-star kings. Both of them were people with great comprehension abilities, and their cultivation had also improved a lot. Their strength had increased by a large margin. After the two broke through, they continued to cultivate in seclusion. If they wanted to fight against quasi-gods, they would have to become high-step kings at the very least. The corpse jades of the 7-star Death Spirit King played a huge role in breaking through to 5-star kings so quickly. However, the corpse jades of the two had lost their effect from the 5th level of the Astral Sea Realm to the 6th level, and from the 6th level to the 7th level. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level of the Astral Sea Realm, that was the difference between a mid-step king and a high-step king. Even though the two of them were rich in resources, they estimated that it would take at least 8 to 10 years to become a 7-star king in the Starry Crescent land. 10 years for Yixing, 8 for Wei Qingxian. Another half a year passed, and a piece of news came from the Astral Elephant Palace. The Astral Elephant Palace was preparing to send high-step kings to an outer realm star continent to search for the star-catcher cloud fruit. The 7 great sects each had their own intelligence network, and each sect had planted spies. If something big happened, it would spread quickly. When the Big Dipper Sword sect received this news, they immediately took it seriously. The star-catcher cloud fruit was no ordinary fruit. It was a supreme-grade sacred medicine that could raise the cultivation of a king. It was even a great task for a 9-star great emperor to break through to the quasi-god realm. As the Big Dipper Sword sect investigated and verified the news, they found out that the source of the news was Jin Hongqing of the Golden Lion sect. Time passed day after day, and the Starry Crescent Land was connected to the Starry Crescent Land was closer and closer. Feng Hanqiu decided that he would tell Yi the news and let him decide whether he wanted to search for the Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit or not. Feng's Feng was the Dipper Sword sect, and he was surprised by Yi. Feng Hanqiu S, and Feng was Dipper Sword sect. Yi Feng Dipper. Him Feng Dipper Sword sect. Feng Dipper Martial Dipper Feng Dip sect, Feng S Dipper Didipper Senior Martial Senior Feng Dipper Feng Diaper T Dipper Divine. The Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit was an extremely rare saint fruit. Although Yi Xing was knowledgeable, he had never heard of it before. He shook his head. Feng Hanqiu explained, this is a supreme-grade holy fruit that can raise a king's cultivation. It can raise a high-level king's cultivation by 1 layer, a mid-level king's cultivation by 2 layers, and a low-level king's cultivation by 3 layers. It can even help a 9-star great emperor break through to the quasi-god realm. Yi Xing's heart thumped. As expected of a high-step saint fruit. It's a good treasure indeed. Where can I find such a treasure? He was currently distressed about breaking through to 7-star great emperor. It would take a long time, but if he had the Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit, he could easily become a 7-star great emperor. A high-step king could barely wield a divine weapon, but a 7-star great emperor could only wield a divine weapon. Only a 9-star great emperor could wield a divine weapon freely. If Yi Xing became a 7-star great emperor, he wouldn't be inferior to a 9-star great emperor in any aspect. He could wield a divine weapon and fight against a quasi-god realm expert. Yi Xing estimated that he would need at least 10 years to become a 7-star great emperor if he cultivated step by step in the Big Dipper Sword sect. This was without any accidents. If he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, it would take even longer. Although 10 or 20 years was a short time for other kings, Yi Xing's goal wasn't just to be a king or quasi-god realm expert. He wanted to stand at the peak of the martial path and become a legendary sovereign. Naturally, his requirements were higher. He shouldn't stay in the king realm for too long. Therefore, Yi Xing was naturally tempted by the Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit. If he could obtain one, Yi Xing would be able to make continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation and become a high-step king. Feng Hanqiu said, the Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit is a rare treasure that can only be found by chance. It only existed in the Starry Crescent Land once, but it has long gone extinct. In the past tens of thousands of years, every time a Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit appeared, it basically came from the extraterritorial star continent. Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Extraterritorial star continent? Feng Hanqiu nodded. The extraterritorial star continent is a small continent that floats between the Starry Crescent Land. It's not as vast as the Starry Crescent Land, but it's not small either. Every Starry Crescent Land has a large number of extraterritorial star continents. However, the 2 extraterritorial star continents are not in the same space. Unless it's a specific time, they can't travel. Now, there's news that an extraterritorial star continent is about to connect with the Starry Crescent Land, and that Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit is on that extraterritorial star continent. After a pause, Feng Hanqiu continued, unfortunately, I heard that the extraterritorial star continent is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Only kings below the quasi-god realm can enter. Otherwise, junior brother Jun, you or I can go and see if it's true. We'll definitely get one for you. Yi Xing asked, is this news reliable? Feng Hanqiu said, it's reliable. Forces like the Astral Elephant Palace have also sent kings to search for it. Moreover, the quasi-god Jin Hongqing of the Golden Lion sect entered that extraterritorial star continent 1,000 years ago and obtained a Star-Catcher Cloud Fruit. This has a lot to do with him becoming a quasi-god. Yixing said, since that extraterritorial star continent might have star-catcher cloud fruit, then I'll have to try my luck and see if I can get one. If I'm lucky enough to get it, then the destruction of the astral elephant palace will hasten. Yixing had the void-piercing divine eyes that could see through space. If that extraterritorial star continent really had star-catcher cloud fruit, it definitely wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. He would definitely go and search for it himself. Feng Hanqiu said, although the news is reliable, we can't rule out the possibility that the Astral Elephant Palace deliberately made up fake news to kill you when you go to the extraterritorial star continent. I'll send Guang Tian and Feng Yang with divine weapons to go with you. Yixing nodded and said, Qing Xian will also go with me. Then I'll have to trouble Emperor Guang Tian and Emperor Feng Yang. Another month passed and it was time for the extraterritorial star continent to connect with the starry crescent land. Yixing, Qing Xian, Emperor Guang Tian, and Emperor Feng Yang left the Big Dipper sword sect. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue sent them all the way to the extraterritorial star continent. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.